Chapter 23:31 conferred the status of an ancestor. Chapter 23:31 conferred the status of an ancestor. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. The stream of people were as many as schools of carps crossing the river, countless alchemy path powerhouses gathering from all directions. On the day of the sermon, the noise and shouting were in great commotion. 1,000,000 alchemy path powerhouses gathered in Heavenly Eagle. It was a grand sight to behold. Of course, this was just a very small part. Even more alchemy path powerhouses were still on the way. Yi Yuan was dressed in ceremonial clothes, sitting suspended on top of an enormous Tai Chi diagram. His eyes were shut closed, resting his mind. An aura of great Tao filled the entire S.P.A.C. That second sage's Tao. Indeed, extensive and profound. Just one look, and I feel that it's unfathomable. Legends has it that second sage is already the alchemy path's #1 person. I didn't expect that he's actually going to spread his Tao to all life. Blessing all ages, truly a saint. Us small fries really have a huge lucky chance this time. To the vast majority of alchemy path powerhouses, they did not know what it was at all. Alchemy was just refining pills. Only a handful of people could enter Tao. But Yi Yuan hosting a sermon and spreading Tao would be a civ lucky chance to these people. Normally, forget about Yi Yuan, even a 7-star alchemy D was also in existence that they could not touch. But today, Yi Yuan's actions would benefit the world. Sacred Ancestor High Priest and his disciples, as well as a group of progenitors, were currently shockingly present listening to Yi Yuan spread Tao. These few days, Wing and Yi Yuan compete in alchemy many times, being equally matched. While he benefited immensely, Yi Yuan's Tao was different from Medicine Ancestor. Medicine Ancestor's Tao was unparalleledly tyrannical and overbearing. Alchemy path powerhouses who had fought against him before, it was hard for their Tao hearts to inevitably lose balance. Wing was a victim of it. Yi Yuan's Tao was even and calm, exhibiting a majestic atmosphere. Debating on Tao with Yi Yuan, Wing unknowingly actually recovered his own Tao heart, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. However, debating on Tao was one thing. That was just some small exchanges. While today, Yi Yuan spreading Tao, that was elaborating his Tao teachings. It was the demonstration of the essence of his great Tao. This action absolutely held extraordinary meaning to progenitor level, and to those old fellows who had been stuck before Tao pill for countless years. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and started preaching on Tao. My Tao is not another path. Spreading Tao today, it's to open up your Tao hearts. A myriad great Taos. Alchemy Tao is a special path. What is alchemy Tao? One pill, one world. Then today, we'll start with Divine Essence Pill. Following Yi Yuan talking tirelessly, below burst into an uproar. Divine Essence Pill. The alchemy path's #1 powerhouse was actually talking about the Divine Essence Pill. What was the Divine Essence Pill? That was a rank 1 divine pill, the most basic divine pill. This level of medicinal pills, they could refine a large bunch with a wave of a hand. That was a medicinal pill that was given to rookies who just entered Deity realm to eat. My pants were already taken off. You're making me look at this? For a moment, dissatisfaction, contempt, spurn, and cursing sounded out all around. High-sounding words. This was simply duping people. Wing's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Quiet! If there are any more noisemakers, die. Anastonies. Plussing aura instantly covered the whole place. Once a Deva Fourth Blight was enraged. It was not what they could withstand. Immediately, it became quiet. Wing gave a cold snort and said, Yi Yuan preaching on Tao, this is the fortune of your lifetimes. Listen carefully. Even if you just comprehend a fraction, It's also enough for you all to benefit for life. Even though everyone did not dare to speak up due to sacred ancestor, high priest's power, they were still disdainful. Divine, essence, pill, this sort of thing. What was nice to listen? Toward these commotions, Yi Yuan did not care at all. His time was limited. However much could be comprehended, it could only depend on these people themselves. Although the divine essence pill was shallow, it was the foundation of great Tao. Now that he had climbed to the summit, turning back to look at this kind of medicinal pill again, his opinion was naturally different. The current Yi Yuan could casually refine rank 1 divine pills that were 100 times stronger than the divine essence pill. But why did he start with the divine essence pill? The divine essence pill was a pill formula that had been handed down from ancient times. After countless years of baptism, it was a pill formula that had been tempered endlessly. Even though the medicinal pill was simple, it contained the maxim of great Tao. Gradually, the expression on everyone's face changed. The original disdain, ridicule, conceit turned into the current shock, admiration, and absorbed in thought. Only now did they know that turns out a tiny little divine essence pill actually contained so many truths. The things that Yi Yuan talked about, they had never thought about them before. He refined a divine essence pill in front of everyone. Each step, lies deeply, demonstrating his own Tao little by little. A tiny little Tai Chi diagram formed in the void. Everyone's expressions became incomparably shocked, but among them, someone's shock was greater than the others. This person was sacred ancestor, high priest. It turns out that this is his Tao. A tiny little divine essence pill actually hides such a great Tao. Rank 1 divine pills. We already overlooked such pills much. Then what about rank 2 divine pills, rank 5 divine pills, rank 8 divine pills? Many geniuses are all rootless weeds. They seemed powerful, but were no use at all despite looking good. But his strength is a strength that has been tempered endlessly. We have been searching for the fleeting and ephemeral Tao, but he has been focusing on every tiny bit. By now, he already became a C. I finally understand what the two races Tao is missing. Of the people present, Wing was closest to Tao. Regarding Yi Yuan's spreading of Tao, his thoughts and feelings were the deepest. Their Tao had indeed built a 100,000-foot building, but their 100,000-foot buildings lacked bricks and tiles. The buildings were full of holes. Such a building, the higher one built, the more dangerous it was. Therefore, his Tao failed in front of Medicine Ancestor, and he also lost himself. But even if Yi Yuan was defeated, he was the victor too, because his Tao was too stable. Although the other progenitors did not feel as strongly as Wing, they also benefited a lot. Following that, Yi Yuan gradually developed the entire system of rank 1 divine pills with the divine essence pill as the foundation. Only then did everyone discover that turns out among all the rank 1 divine pills, there existed all kinds of connections. The shock in everyone's hearts grew stronger and stronger. Yi Yuan provided for them a brand new perspective. This was the perspective of G. O.D. They were currently standing at the perspective of G. O.D. re-examining rank 1 divine pills, finding everything fresh and new, being filled with wisdom, enlightening the benighted. They were more and more unable to describe their current feelings anymore. What Yi Yuan exhibited for them was a brand new alchemy path cultivation system. If in the past, alchemy Tao relied on inheritances, today, Yi Yuan's alchemy path was the great accomplishment of everyone gathering there. This was a complete brand new cultivation system that could stand up to scrutiny and could create countless alchemy path powerhouses. Just like that, from rank 1 to rank 2, all the way to rank 8 divine pills. Yi Yuan expounded his cultivation system little by little, spreading his Tao, clearly displaying the sequence of ideas in front of everyone. Many people still thought that it was simple at first, but later they could not understand at all anymore. The further back, the more obscure and difficult it was to understand. The 1-year period arrived in a blink, that moment when Yi Yuan stopped preaching on Tao. The tens of millions of powerhouses present were silent. Wing's gaze was deep and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Today, Yi Yuan will be conferred the status of an ancestor." Chapter 23:32, Ancestor of Alchemy Tao. Chapter 23:32, Ancestor of Alchemy Tao. Ancestor, Yi started the paradigm of alchemy Tao, and is a man of great talent and virtue through the ages. Today, he shall be conferred the status of an ancestor. Today, spreading Tao and blessing all ages. If Yi Yuan isn't conferred the status of an ancestor, heaven will not tolerate it. Regarding Yi Yuan being an ancestor, no one had objections. Perhaps those people with meager strength did not understand the meaning of this spreading of Tao, but these progenitors, were deeply aware of its profound impact. Prior to this, regardless of whether it was the human races or demon races' alchemy Tao, it was all scattered and disorderly. One could say that it was an act of hit or miss. You comprehend your Tao, I refine my pill. Even medicine ancestor was not able to distill it into a mature cultivation system. But Yi Yuan did it. Not only did he do it, he even spread his cultivation gains to all life, demonstrating it to everyone. This merit was unprecedented since time immemorial. A year of spreading Tao, the merit led to 1,000 years' contribution. Among these progenitor-level powerhouses, each person's gains were simply immeasurable. As long as they went into closed seclusion for some time, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Especially the sacred ancestor high priest, Yi Yuan's spreading of Tao opened up a new door for him. Given time, as long as he digested the Tao that Yi Yuan preached on, he had confidence on Serpa-S, Sing Medicine ancestor. The tens of millions of alchemy path powerhouses present had tens of thousands who broke through. Some 8-star alchemy G. DS who had been stuck at peak ancestor realm for many years even faintly showed signs of touching Tao pill. Before long, a large group of alchemy path powerhouses would appear among these people. Yi Yuan glanced downwards and could not help sighing emotionally in his heart. Time. What he lacked the most right now was time. He needed time to grow up. These alchemy path powerhouses also needed time to grow up. But the divine race would not give him this time. At this time, sacred ancestor high priest clasped his hands to the sky and said in a clear voice, "Demon race's priest temple will revere Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao today. The human race's sky billow realm respects Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao. The human race's 9-rain realm respects Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao." These progenitors' voices shook the sky, reverberating throughout the whole world. All of the progenitor-level powerhouses actually revered Yi Yuan as an ancestor. After the progenitors, it was peak 8-star alchemy path powerhouses. Purple Sandalwood Bodhidharma reveres Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao. Enlightened Day Bodhidharma reveres Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao. Each one that opened their mouth was a big shot of the alchemy world. The weight of their words was extremely heavy. With so many supreme powerhouses respecting Yi Yuan, it could be seen that this spreading of Tao already brought the entire alchemy world into submission. Those alchemists with meager strength still did not understand what was going on until now. But so many big shots suddenly respecting Yi Yuan as an ancestor, this matter made them incomparably shocked. My G. D, what's going on here? So many heavyweights are actually collectively revering Second Sage, as an ancestor. Second sage merely just entered Heavenly Emperor not long. He's actually conferred the status of an ancestor just like this. Furthermore, this still isn't an ordinary conferring as an ancestor. Even medicine ancestor didn't have this kind of treatment either. Yi Yuan being conferred the status of an ancestor was different from the other progenitors. Powerhouses who were able to become progenitors were at least Deva Third and Fourth Blight sovereigns too. Even Deva First Blight and Second Blights did not have the qualifications to be called ancestors too. But Yi Yuan just entered Heavenly Emperor not long ago. At present, his strength was only comparable to Heavenly Emperor Second Firmament, yet he was actually collectively revered as an ancestor by so many sovereigns. It was being commonly revered as an ancestor. This was also to say that all alchemy path powerhouses, including Sacred Ancestor High Priest, were a status lower in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, this ancestor of alchemy Tao, surmounted above all progenitors. This scene, the vibe of ritual was extremely strong. Powerhouses able to be called progenitors all had their own pride. These progenitors all admitted that medicine ancestor was strong, but would not revere him as the ancestor above progenitors. You are strong, that's your business, nothing to do with me. But today, they put aside the pride of a progenitor towards Yi Yuan. This sort of thing could be said to be unprecedented since time immemorial. A mere Heavenly Emperor actually towered above all progenitors. This sort of thing, even thinking about it, felt terrifying. They did not understand, but they knew that these progenitors were not fools. Being able to make these proud progenitors lower their heads, Yi Yuan's spread of Tao definitely held extraordinary significance. Their realms were too low, and they were unable to detect the profundities within. But they understood that they had witnessed the arrival of a new era of the alchemy path world. Henceforth, medicine ancestor shall become a cloud that Pa-S said by, and what replaced him was the ancestor of the alchemy path. Yi Yuan, in the crowd, Pill-Jade sighed despondently and said to the Yun-I beside him, this old man apologizes to you. Sir Q, stances change with the Pa-S, sing of time. Facts have proved that your choice is right. It's me whose eyesight was too shallow. Cloud Heart Realms battle. Under Yi Yuan's protection, Pill-Jade escaped with his life by a fluke. He and Yi Yuan fought for 1,000 years. Only now, when Yi Yuan was conferred the status of an ancestor, did he know what a ridiculous thing that was. Even when Yi Yuan spreading Tao with his realm, he could not fully comprehend it, but he faintly understood that Yi Yuan really did a major thing that shocked heaven and earth. Forget about Yi Yuan. Even this descendant of his, he had also Serpa S, said Pill-Jade, all round in alchemy Tao presently. He personally saw those big shots whose fame shook a region, looking humble in front of Yun, this level of existence. He did not even dare to think about it in the past. Yun-I gave him a glance and said with a smile, "What's great-grandfather say? You raised ear, groomed ear. Ear remembers it in my heart. Ear has never blamed great-grandfather. You don't need to worry about it. Actually, I followed Master just to seek out a higher-level alchemy Tao too. It's just that I also didn't expect that Master could actually walk to this step presently. It's really like a dream." Pill-Jade blushed with shame in his heart. He knew that if not looking on the account of Yun-Yi's face, Yi Yuan would have long destroyed great imperial capital Pill-Jade. With Yi Yuan's present strength, destroying great imperial capital Pill-Jade was nothing at all. Heavenly Emperor Zhuo Yun probably would not even dare to let out a fart. Above the void, Yi Yuan's expression was calm, remaining indifferent whether granted favors or was subjected to humiliation. Regarding the actions of the group of progenitors, he was indeed a little surprised. but he knew that he could shoulder it. What he was surprised by was that these progenitors would actually let go of their pride and revere him as an ancestor. 100 years of alchemy battle with medicine ancestor. Yi Yuan had truly scried the power of law. Even though that trace of power of law was extremely vague, it benefited him endlessly. At that moment, he finally integrated all that he learned and achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject. That was how there was today's spreading of Tao. Yi Yuan glanced below and said coolly, "That day in Cloud Heart Realm, I believe that everyone has some understanding too. The human race's alchemy, Tao, has declined for a long time already. Even the divine race looks down on it. Since everyone reveres me as an ancestor, then put aside sectarian views and spread what you've learned to all life, and let everyone improve together." The divine race was extremely apprehensive of the human race's alchemy Tao. But in the last epoch, those alchemy sovereigns all perished for the human race. Now, even Origin Guard, this fellow, could look down on the human race's alchemy Tao already. As long as the alchemy path rose, it would definitely play a key role in the war between the human and divine, two races. What he lacked was still time. This old man will follow what Ancestor Yi says. After Ancestor, Yi leaves, I'll spread the Tao. Sacred Ancestor, High Priest clasped his hands and said, "We honor what Ancestor Yi says. We honor what Ancestor Yi says." Regarding what Yi Yuan said, the group of progenitors concurred one after another. Chapter 2333, Fall of a Sovereign. Chapter 2333, Fall of a Sovereign. Yi Yuan being conferred, ancestors shocked the entire alchemy world. There was no idea how many human powerhouses it was naturally impossible to all come to heavenly eagle Bodhidharma. Concerning Yi Yuan spreading his Tao, there were still some who were disdainful. But when they knew that all of the progenitors, including Sacred Ancestor High Priest, actually jointly revered Yi Yuan as an ancestor, their shock could not be any greater. A brat who was still wet behind his ears actually became the alchemy path's common ancestor. No matter how great their influence was, they could not change this fact either. No matter how great their influence was, could it be greater than so many progenitors? The Tlea of Ancestor Yi had already become an established fact. His limelight even overshadowed the medicine ancestor back then. During this period, inside a certain small world, above a quiet lake, a scrawny old man was sitting cross-legged. Streams of immortal chi coiled around him, forming a circular aura field. The circular aura field divided into two, circulating endlessly. That appearance was actually somewhat similar to Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram. No matter how the aura field revolved, the surface of the lake was calm from start to end. It could be seen that the old man was not ordinary. Before long, another figure landed on the surface of the lake. He gave a bow toward the old man and said, "Master." This old man was precisely the medicine ancestor who went missing after the Cloud Heart Realm battle, and the person who just appeared was the eldest disciple who went missing along with him. It was Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. Medicine Ancestor nodded slightly and said coolly, "What events are there at the outside world?" Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy smiled and said, "The Divine Race Army is bearing upon the borders. Yi Yuan is conferred the status of an ancestor." Medicine Ancestor smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "A child also dares to conceitedly call himself as an ancestor." Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy said, "It was not that he proclaimed himself as an ancestor, but that all the progenitors exalted him as an ancestor. Now, he's already the common ancestor of the alchemy path." Medicine Ancestor's entire body trembled, his eyes full of astonishment. One had to know he had roamed the heaven-span world obstructed for countless years, and also did not become the alchemy path's common ancestor. But Yi Yuan did it. Immediately, an extremely complicated emotion welled up in his heart. Terrific lad. Fine means. However, he's also underestimating this ancestor too much. His Tao has inspired this ancestor greatly. As long as I digest his Tao, this ancestor will definitely be able to reach the true realm of Tao Pill. When this ancestor comes into being anew, I'll make the myriad regions tremble. This ancestor is the common ancestor of the alchemy path. Puff. Right at this time, a hand plunged into his chest. Medicine Ancestor's entire body was paralyzed, immediately unable to move. At the same time, he felt his strength flowing away bit by bit. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy with a look of disbelief. In this world, the one that he trusted the most was Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. But Lasting Joy struck a vicious blow towards him. He did not understand it. He did not believe it. He felt that it was inconceivable. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's hand was thrust in Medicine Ancestor's chest. Still smiling as he said, "If there's only one person in this world who can achieve Tao Pill, then it can only be me. I served you carefully. It's for the sake of today. Absorbing your Tao, I'll be the real Medicine Ancestor. Go in peace. Everything that you lost, I'll help you take it back." Medicine Ancestor's entire body was unable to move. He only felt that his Tao was slipping away little by little. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. It was as if it was his first day knowing him. This guy could actually absorb his Tao. Medicine Ancestor discovered that he underestimated Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy too much. The anesthetic in Lasting Joy's hands, with his body that was close to Tao, he was actually unable to dispel it. Gradually, Medicine Ancestor's aura grew weaker and weaker. Finally, he turned into a pool of blood. A sovereign of his generation who had commanded the heaven-span world for countless years, a figure almost like a Tao ancestor, actually died in a small world that no one knew just like that. While at this time, the great Tao aura on Lasting Joy's body gradually became thicker. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, "These countless years, I've concealed so bitterly. I devoured other people's Tao nonstop, continuously became stronger, and finally stepped into the realm of Tao Pill. Absorbing this old thing's Tao, I'll be the strongest alchemy path sovereign in this world. Yi Yuan, that brat's Tao must be even more delicious. After I absorb his Tao, I'll be the alchemy path's #1 person since time immemorial. At that time, maybe I can reach Tao Ancestor that level. Who knows?" Really looking forward to it. It turned out that Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy actually walked an extremely strange path of alchemy Tao. His Tao was to continuously devour other people's Tao. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was a figure from the same era as Medicine Ancestor. His alchemy path talent was ordinary, but he was an eccentric genius-like figure. Following Medicine Ancestor, he had witnessed countless alchemy path geniuses. Hence, he devoured nonstop, continuously becoming stronger. He actually reached the realm of Tao Pill in the end. However, he concealed it extremely well. Even Medicine Ancestor did not detect it either. Medicine Ancestor trusted him immensely instead. Now, he even devoured Medicine Ancestor's Tao, truly becoming the alchemy path's #1 person. Even the current Yi Yuan was inferior to him too. Now, he set his sights on Yi Yuan again. During this period, the Yi Yuan who had just been conferred ancestor already embarked on the road to the primeval war realm. Profound Secrets, Heavenly Capital, the place where Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets stood toweringly. This was an enigmatic figure, and also a legendary figure. Of course, he was also a figure who was powerful until it made people despair. Arriving at Profound Secret's heavenly capital, Yi Yuan was deeply shocked. The Jian family was too strong. Those walking around everywhere here were all at least true D-realm powerhouses, heavenly emperor and empyreans who were hard to come across in the outside world, could be seen everywhere here. Only then did Yi Yuan know that it turns out that only those members of the Jian family, who were second-rate, would be sent out. No wonder everyone says that the Jian family is the Heavenspan world's #1 family. This grandeur was indeed not boasted out. Yi Yuan exclaimed, "Ho-hu, I've incurred young friend Ye's ridicule." At this time, a figure appeared behind Yi Yuan. It was precisely Jian Yunxin. Yi Yuan bowed and said, "Senior." Jian Yunxin smiled and said, "Ho-hu, congratulations to young friend Yi for being conferred the status of an ancestor. Ancestor, Yi is already a member of my generation now. You don't need to be so courteous." Yi Yuan being conferred ancestor was a huge thing in the alchemy world, but in the eyes of a powerhouse like Jian Yunxin, it was nothing. Presently, the human race's alchemy path was too weak. It could not provide much help for the doomsday battle at all. What the Jian family thought highly of was still Yi Yuan's unparalleled combat power. Hence, he still addressed Yi Yuan as young friend Yi Yuan. Regarding the matter of being conferred the Tli ancestor, it was merely just being polite. Yi Yuan was aware in his heart, but did not say much. It was a fact that the alchemy path had declined. It was pointless to say any more. Otherwise, how could it be him, this junior's turn, to be called ancestor? However, Yi Yuan had confidence in being able to make the alchemy path regain its glory in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior is jesting. Please bring me to the primeval war realm, then." Jian Yunxin smiled and said, "No rush. Father wants to see you." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, "Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets wants to see me?" He thought that he was merely an ordinary genius in the eyes of the Jian family's people. After all, no matter how amazing he was, he should not have been able to enter Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' arcane sight. He did not expect that the human race sovereign, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, actually wanted to see him. Jian Yunxin nodded and said, "Father thinks very highly of you. He says that you'll surely make great accomplishments. Young friend Yi, this emperor has followed Father for close to 10 billion years. Yet, it's still my first time seeing him value a junior so highly. The battle of geniuses this time. You have to perform well and not let Father down." Chapter 2334. The Jian family's curiosity is innate. Chapter 2334. The Jian family's curiosity is innate. In front of him was an ordinary but hale and hearty old man. Yi Yuan even could not feel the undulation of divine essence in his body. Throwing him into the crowd absolutely would not arouse any attention. He was like air, clearly standing there. But it was as if he did not exist. It was seriously very hard for Yi Yuan to associate this person in front of him to the master whose name shook the world, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Very clearly, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had already reached the realm of returning to one's original simplicity on the journey of Tao. Yi Yuan was sizing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets up. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was also sizing him up at the same time. "Little fellow, you seem to be very curious about this old man," Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said with a warm smile. When Yi Yuan heard that, he also smiled and said, "Senior is probably the Heavenspan world's most mysterious Deva powerhouse. Isn't it very normal for this junior to be a little curious? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said meaningfully, "Oh, little fellow, you're also very mysterious in my eyes." Yi Yuan's heart went cold. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' words had an implicit meaning. Could it be that he discovered something? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed and said, "You don't need to be so nervous. Geniuses who can reach unpredictable aura, which one doesn't hide, have secrets on them. It's just that you seem to be a little more mysterious compared to them. Hence, this old man is very interested in you." Unpredictable aura? Yi Yuan asked doubtfully. Back then, Jian Hongxiao said that he was of the emperor surmounting aura. What was this unpredictable aura? The Jian family's cultivation method was very mysterious. Yi Yuan did not know much about it either. Jian Yunxin explained, "Our human race's numbers are huge. With fathers means the vast majority of people's fate can be predicted. But heaven's secrets are hard to predict. There will always be some people's fate that's beyond heavenly Tao. These people's fate, even Father finds it difficult to predict too. People possessing this kind of destiny have an unpredictable aura. Previously, our Jian family members being unable to discern your destiny with the aura viewing art, it's due to this." Yi Yuan was enlightened when he heard that. No wonder the Jian family's members would go blind when they saw him. It turned out that it was actually due to this reason. Heaven's secrets could not be predicted. So, how could it be measured with the naked eye? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, "Unpredictable children are not within the operation of heavenly Tao. Even heavenly Tao can't grasp their destiny to. Their talent tends to be extremely Astonies, HI plusing, and they are distinguished talents of the current era." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "According to what Senior said, there should be many unpredictable children. Our human race has huge numbers. Since there are so many extremely talented people, then our human race should be extremely strong. Why is it so weak now?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets sighed deeply and looked straight at Yi Yuan as he said, "A destiny that even heavenly Tao isn't able to control. How can heavenly Tao allow it to live in this world?" Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, seemingly understanding something. Unpredictable children were incredibly talented, their destinies being extremely strong. But because of this, they were not tolerated by heavenly Tao. Therefore, heavenly Tao would obliterate these existences in all sorts of ways to ensure the normal operation of heavenly Tao. This way, wouldn't he have to face the sanction of heavenly Tao? Therefore, over the past 10 billion years, the human race's geniuses have been abundant like schools of carps crossing the river. But those who could truly survive are scanty few. Of course, for those able to survive, each person's strength is immensely strong. Since you're an unpredictable child, I believe that you've also experienced it strongly. Your encounters were probably much more perilous than ordinary martial artists, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. Yi Yuan recalled his encounters and thought that it was indeed the case. Walking all the way until today, the dangers that he had experienced were beyond count. Fortunately, he pulled through all of them. Senior didn't come to find me to tell me these, right? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, "Didn't I say just now that you're very mysterious too? During these 100 years, this old man has seen before no idea how many unpredictable children. But those who can have such accomplishments at your age, there is only you alone. Hence, this old man is very curious about you too." Yi Yuan said hesitantly, "Does Senior want to use the aura viewing art on me?" Ho, the Jian family member's curiosity is innate. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, But didn't you say that I'm of the unpredictable aura? Will your eyes have any problem? Yi Yuan asked rather worriedly. Only then did he understand where the Jian family's people's curiosity came from. It turned out that it was all inherited from their forefather. However, he was a little worried about Heavenly Emperor Profound secrets, because he was different from the others. He was in possession of the lesser Heavenspan mountain. Its power was boundless. Even though he was facing Heavenly Emperor Profound secrets, Yi Yuan was also a little worried. But Heavenly Emperor Profound secrets laughed loudly when he heard it and said, "Little fellow, you're still the first one who looks down on this old man like this. You have to know the aura viewing art was created by this old man. Other people can't look at unpredictable aura. So, you think this old man is not able to perceive it? Heavenly Tao is ethereal, but one can always discern some inklings." Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, "Since that's the case, Senior, go ahead and cast the spell then." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded slightly, the aura on his body suddenly changing. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, feeling as if he had arrived in another world. This world was the world belonging to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. In this place he felt like he was stripped bare, all secrets unable to remain hidden. Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Was this the strength of the strongest person, who could pry into Heavenly Tao? A milky white light surfaced on Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' eyes. This light shone on Yi Yuan's body, seemingly wanting to see through Yi Yuan's secrets. But right at this time, a shocking change suddenly occurred. On a sunny day, a bolt of lightning suddenly cut through the sky and directly slammed into this S.P.A.C. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed wildly, all the hair on his body standing on end. There was no time to think too much. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets suddenly pointed a finger at the sky. An Astonies. H.I. plusing aura erupted. At this time, the number 1 Heavenly Emperor's strength was displayed to the fullest expression of its beauty and form. The expression of Yi Yuan, who was in front of him, similarly changed wildly. He felt as if this finger of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could pierce a hole in the sky. This finger was too strong. Rumble! With a loud bang, S.P.A.C. collapsed, and the mansion was directly turned into ruins. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, looking toward Yi Yuan with a shocked face, speechless for a long time. The scene earlier was too shocking. He looked at Yi Yuan with the aura-viewing art just now, but seemed to have seen an eye that I seemed to piece through the unreal, looking at him from some hidden place. Meeting eyes with that eye, he felt like he was going to die. He felt as if he met gazes with Heavenly Tao. How could such a thing happen? Unpredictable children were not tolerated by Heavenly Tao. But why did he feel like he was staring at Heavenly Tao? This kind of feeling was too contradictory. And this thunderbolt out of the clear sky was Heavenly Tao's warning. Prying into Heavenly Tao was treason and heresy. Heavenly Tao would naturally send down a warning. It was also that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret strength was fearsome. If it were others, they would have likely been directly smitten into flying ashes. How could he have known that the lesser Heavenspan mountain on Yi Yuan could be said to be a miniature Heavenly Tao? Him prying into Yi Yuan's secrets was equivalent to peeping at Heavenly Tao. How could this sort of action be tolerated by Heavenly Tao? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's strength was monstrous. Ever since he attained Tao, this sort of situation had never happened before. Today, he was really scared. Chapter 23:35. Cloudade City. Chapter 23:35. Cloudade City Swaz. H plus Swaz. H plus Swaz. H plus one incomparably powerful aura after another arrived. In an instant, the Jian family had many experts. Seeing such a terrifying lineup, each and every one of them was alarmed. Who dares to act wildly in the Jian family? To dare make a move against progenitor? Got tired of living? Alarmed and angry voices came over one after another. But when they arrived here, they could not help having stunned faces. A handsome youth was standing in front of their progenitor. There was no one else. This youth's strength was only Heavenly Emperor realm, but their progenitor, who was opposite him, was heavily injured until he vomited blood. Could it be that it was this youth who hurt their progenitor? How was this possible? They wanted to berate this youth, but they felt that it was somewhat funny. How could their progenitor possibly be hurt by a Heavenly Emperor? Just as they were stunned, they saw Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets wave his hand slightly and say, "It's fine. I'll go back." Everyone exchanged glances, being at a loss on what to do. Jian Yunxin also woke up from the shock and said, "It's fine. I'll go back for now." Only then did everyone leave with puzzled looks. Yi Yuan also had a helpless look and said, "Profound Secrets' heavenly capital should have many spirit medicines, right? Why not let this Yi refine a medicinal pill for senior to heal your injuries?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded slightly, expressing his consent. He naturally knew about the matter of Yi Yuan being conferred the status of an ancestor. If anyone in this world could refine pills for him, it would be none other than Yi Yuan. Jian Yunxin sent Yi Yuan to refine the pill and then turned back. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was well deserving of being the #1 Heavenly Emperor. At this time, he already recovered to normal. Seeing Jian Yunxin looking like he wanted to speak, but swallowing his words back, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said coolly, "He's different from the rest." Unpredictable children similarly have the distinction of high and low, but no matter how high they are, they also won't provoke Heavenly Tao's warning. This old man has divined for 1,000,000,000 years and also can't see where the human race's way out lies. Perhaps this slight variable will fall on him for all I know. Jian Yunxin's entire body trembled, and he said, "This boy must be hiding a Ma's secret on him. Why don't Father replace him?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave him a glance and shook his head and said, "It's been so many years. Don't you understand it yet? Every single being has its own destiny. That secret with him is a variable. Placed on me, it will become a fixed number. In this battle, the human race will definitely be defeated. If it becomes a fixed factor, then the human race will be ruined in this old man's hands. Putting aside merits and demerits, will the divine race let us these existences off?" Jian Yunxin drew a breath of cold air and said in shame, "It was this child who was impulsive, but he's currently too weak. Can he really grow to the extent of influencing the battle situation?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed in spite of himself and said, "How can I know? If he can be divined, he wouldn't be an unpredictable child. It's precisely because he's unpredictable that the human race has a chance. Actually, the one who's curious isn't just you. This old man is very curious too." Several days later, Yi Yuan refined a quasi-Tao pill. After Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets consumed it, his injuries immediately improved significantly, except Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' realm was too high. Yi Yuan's realm was not there yet currently. Hence, the medicinal pills refined could not let him recover fully. But with Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' ability, what remained was not that serious. With regards to Yi Yuan's alchemy skill, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also lauded over and over again. After the matter, Jian Yunxin brought Yi Yuan into the Primeval War realm. The Primeval War realm's entrance was in profound secret's heavenly capital. All right, I'll send you up to here. After you go in, you'll naturally know what to do, Jian Yunxin said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and entered the small world. A feeling of weightlessness suddenly appeared. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he entered a ball of light. Then a large amount of information entered his mind. It turned out that this primeval war realm was actually a world like the death cultivation, SPAC. This ball of light could perfectly replicate his strength. Of course, this primeval war realm was established by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets by expending great efforts. It was naturally D knows how many times more advanced than the Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Yi Yuan led the clone. Furthermore, all that this clone acquired in the primeval war realm was equivalent to him obtaining it. This was also to say that when the clone cultivated in the primeval war realm, the heaven and earth spiritual energy would be transmitted onto the main body. This was equivalent to the main body cultivating. This clone was actually equivalent to Yi Yuan's own body. Furthermore, this clone could revive infinitely. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. This clone would enter the primeval war realm to fight. In the primeval war realm, there were 100 cities. Each city had 10,000 unpredictable children. The unpredictable children fought among each other, or went out of the city to hunt all kinds of ferocious beasts. Fighting was not allowed in the city. Outside the city, there were hunting grounds. With each fierce beast hunted, one would obtain GOD of war points. Among unpredictable children, they were ranked based on GOD of war points. This primeval war realm was actually a virtual battle SPAC, 1,000,000 unpredictable children. Furthermore, they are all Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. When Yi Yuan became aware of this information, he could not help feeling shocked. He did not expect that the human, demon, fiend, and various races actually had so many unpredictable children. This was still merely just unpredictable children. The human race's Heavenly Emperor powerhouses are probably numbered in the tens of millions. Yi Yuan discovered that he still underestimated the human race. He used to think that Heavenly Emperors were paramount existences. The numbers must be extremely few, but reaching his present realm, the level that he came into contact with was totally different. Only then did he discover the strength that the human race concealed. The reproduction ability of these few races was too strong. Back then, the few races used human wave tactics and brutishly defeated the divine race to death. If I could not beat you with one progenitor, then 3. If 3 could not beat, then 5, 10. The invincible divine race was suppressed just like that. But thinking carefully, Yi Yuan felt at ease. The heaven-span world was boundless without horizon. The numbers of the few races could simply be calculated in billions of trillions. Even if one heavenly emperor appeared among 1 billion martial artists, the number that ACCU, Mulat, would also be very considerable. However, heavenly emperors were easy to obtain, while Devis were hard to ask for. Deva realm powerhouses were truly rare. Those able to transcend the Deva Blight tribulation were 1 in 1,000,000. The vast majority of heavenly emperors all died in the Deva Blight tribulation. Hence, in the last doomsday battle, the human race sovereigns virtually all fell. It was a destructive blow to the human race. After understanding the primeval war realm's information, Yi Yuan's consciousness sunk into the light ball. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and his entire person arrived at a prosperous city. Yi Yuan, 2nd Firmament Heavenly Emperor. City location, Cloudade City. D of War points, 0. D of War ranking, 12,532. At this time, some more information appeared in Yi Yuan's head. Very clearly, there were currently a total of 12,532 unpredictable children in this Cloud-Aid city, and his ranking was at the bottom. Another newcomer. Hoo-hoo, so weak, just second firmament heavenly emperor. This bit of strength also dares to come to the primeval war realm. Reckon that before long, he'll be frightened until he doesn't dare to go out of the city, right? The moment Yi Yuan landed, he immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Of course, there was more disdain. Second, firmament, heavenly emperor strength, was not worth mentioning in the city. Yi Yuan knew that the primeval war realm had already been open for more than a year. It was equivalent to him falling far behind the rest. Chapter 23:36, Giving Away Heads. Chapter 23:36. Giving away heads. Looking at your appearance, you should have just come back from the dead, right? How many times have you died? Sorry about that. It should be how many dozen times? Yi Yuan swept a glance over the few people's faces, his tone full of mockery. These few people's strengths were not very strong. The strongest was also merely third firmament, heavenly emperor, but he was mocking him here. It was really ridiculous. Sure enough, the moment the few people heard, their faces immediately changed. Several dozen times was a bit exaggerated, but they had indeed died more than 10 times already. But in such an environment, the mortality rate of weaklings was extremely high. The eyes of one of them, a youth in brocade, turned cold, and he said, "Brat, newcomers got to have the awareness of newcomers. Being too arrogant, you'll die very miserably." The youth in brocade was called Yang Ku, the leader of this group of people, a peak third firmament, heavenly emperor. Their group had just encountered the ambush of an expert outside the city. In the end, their group was annihilated. At this time, this group of people was currently upset. When they saw Yi Yuan, they could not help mocking him a little. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "The moment I entered, you guys have been ridiculing me nonstop. Now, you're saying that I'm arrogant. Why has the side of reason been occupied by you?" Yang Ke said in a cold voice, "In the primeval war realm, the words of the strong are the side of reason. Brat, if you dare to say this sort of words outside the city, you'd already be a dead man." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I'll go out of the city right now. Do you guys dare to come?" Yang Ke was stunned. Could this guy be a fool? They were apprehensive and did not dare to make a move inside the city. But leaving the city, they would be able to strike fatal blow. This kind of thing was very commonly seen outside the city. Outside the city, not only did one have to be on guard against fierce beasts that might appear at any time, they even had to take precautions against humans who pop out from D knows where. Except Yi Yuan was a newcomer. There was no D of war points on him at all. Killing would be in vain too. According to the primeval war realm's rules, by killing the opponent, one would be able to obtain 10% to 70% of the D of war points on them. The higher the opponent's ranking, the more D of war points obtained, and the fewer conversely. In the beginning, some powerful people would intentionally wait for other people's ranking to get high before hunting them down. But over time, the rankings would also become more and more stable. Challenging people who ranked higher than them was equivalent to giving away their heads. Ha ha! Are you challenging this emperor? Seen before those who seek death, but never seen before someone like you who's in such a hurry to court death. Just entered, and you want to experience the taste of death? Rest assured, it's exactly the same as in reality. Yang Ke said with a loud laugh. Even though Yi Yuan did not have D of war points on him, Yi Yuan was so arrogant. How could he yield? Moreover, they had just been group annihilated finding a rookie to vent was also pretty good. Yi Yuan said coolly, I'm eyeing your D of war points. Although it's a bit less, it's better than nothing. The moment the few people heard, they could not help bursting into laughter. When Yonke heard that, he laughed even harder and said, You, this newcomer, are really interesting. Good, very good. Then let's go outside the city and cross swords. Your Grandpa Yang's D of war points are here. Take it if you have the ability. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, directly turning around and heading in the direction out of the city. In the city, many martial artists saw that there was a show to watch and could not hold back their curiosity, and also followed after. This newcomer is really interesting. A second firmament heavenly emperor is actually so arrogant, a martial artist said with vicissitudes of emotion. Those able to enter the primeval war realm. Which one isn't an Estonies? Plussing talent outside? But after arriving here, only then will one know that there's a heaven beyond heaven, and that there's always someone better. This kid can probably jump ranks and battle outside, but he likely doesn't know that everyone here can jump ranks and battle. However, there's no use at all. Regarding Yi Yuan's action, the group of unpredictable children was very disdainful. When they just entered, which one did not have their noses pointed at the sky, but along with the sing of time, their confidence was beaten down little by little, until now they already learned to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. Accidentally offending an expert, that expert would chase after you, killing you all the way until you did not dare to go out of the city. But it was also not absolutely safe in the city, because there was a time limit in the city. Once the time was up, the primeval war realms rules would directly obliterate you. Yonke's squad had a total of 6 people, 2/3 firmament heavenly emperors and 4 second firmament heavenly emperors. But even if they were second firmament heavenly emperors, they were peak existences too. They were only a step away from being a 3rd firmament heavenly emperor. Arriving outside the city, they looked at Yi Yuan like a big bad wolf, saw a little white rabbit having playful expressions on their faces. This kid actually really came outside the city. Pangyang, go and teach this little brother of ours on how to behave in Cloudade City. Yonke said to his companion. The companion called Pangyang had a playful look on his face as he said smilingly, Okay, teaching newcomers this sort of thing. I'm most happy to do it. Brat, you must think that you're very amazing, can jump ranks and challenge opponents. But each one of us can jump ranks and battle outside. Therefore, after you die, remember to tuck your tail, and boom, Peng Yang's words had yet to fade, and he was already dead. Yi Yuan suddenly exploded with a punch, his speed unimaginably quick. Everyone did not react yet, and Peng Yang already returned to the place of rebirth. Once more, Yi Yuan had a calm and collected look. It was as if he did something very ordinary. While at this time, one gilded inscription text after another entered his body. This was D of war points. Casually killing Peng Yang, Yi Yuan obtained 32 D of war points. Just this bit of D of war points. You guys are so weak, Yi Yuan said with some dissatisfaction. Peng Yang's ranking was not high, but compared to Yi Yuan, it was very high. He obtained 30% of Peng Yang's D of war points, which was also to say that Peng Yang's D of war points was just in the low 100s. Yi Yuan was just speaking his mind, but this was a great insult to Yonke and the rest. D of war points being low indicated that their strength was weak. Actually, their D of war points was not considered low either, especially Yonke. He could rank close to 10,000, but they had just experienced a group annihilation and lost a lot of D of war points at once. Hence, That was why it appeared little. Yang Ku's gaze was gloomy, and he seethed with killing intent as he said, "Brat, you actually didn't follow the rules and sneak attacked Pyongyang." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "A fight means a fight. What's with so much C-R-A-P? Moreover, isn't this primeval war realm a land of slaughter? Could it be that when killing people, we still have to bow to each other first and say H-E-L, lo?" Ha ha! A wave of guffaws came from all around. Indeed, what Yi Yuan said made a lot of sense. They also saw that Yi Yuan's realm was too low, so they underestimated him. Otherwise, why would they be long-winded with him? Most likely, the moment they went out of the city, the six of them would have attacked together and besieged Yi Yuan. Yang Ku's gaze was cold, and he said in a low voice, "Attack together, kill him." Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus Yang Ku's patience already reached its limit. He wanted to wreck this guy to death, and let him know the taste of being so overwhelmed with pain to the point where he wished that he was dead. In the primeval war realm, being dead was not scary. What was scary was the process of death. That process was the exact same as the real body, except the reality was quite different from what he imagined. The moment they came to blows, he discovered how strong Yi Yuan's strength was. Chapter 2337, Nightmare. Chapter 2337, Nightmare. That was right. These unpredictable children were all Astonies. H.I. plus ingly talented, their law comprehensions extremely strong. They could indeed jump ranks and do battle. It was just a pity that their strength was still far lacking when compared to same rank divine race powerhouses. But who was Yi Yuan? Back then, his realm was not as good as Divine Son Exion's, but he was able to crush the other party. Now, his realm could be seen as comparable to a second firmament heavenly emperor, but the thickness of his divine essence was no idea how many times stronger than a second firmament heavenly emperor. It was not at all inferior when compared to a third firmament heavenly emperor as well. Such strength, even if he did not employ time freeze, this kind of heaven-defying divine ability, it would also be too effortless to deal with Yang Ku and company. Yi Yuan forcefully resisted Yang Ku two people's attacks. One punch each, in virtually a blink of an eye, he blew the other 3 second firmament heavenly emperors up. Perfect 8th transformation golden body was no joke. The heaven-span world's body-refining powerhouses were countless, but a person who could cultivate the fleshy body to perfect rank 8 was one of a kind. Yang Ku two people did not hurt Yi Yuan, but shocked themselves until their vital energy was in upheaval. This scared them badly enough. This is your strength, to jump ranks and battle? It looks like the ranks that you're jumping isn't enough. Yi Yuan said with rather waned interest. He still thought how formidable these unpredictable sons were. In the end, they were weak to the max. Of course, Yi Yuan could feel that Yang Ku, their strength, was indeed very strong. With their strength, they could even rival forth firmament heavenly emperors. But so what? Their so-called jumping ranks were only targeted at the most ordinary heavenly emperor powerhouses. That was all. Those who have fought with Yi Yuan before, which one was not a prodigy among geniuses? Yang Ku's expression was incomparably ugly. They were lecturing Yi Yuan earlier, making him tuck his tail between his legs and behave. Now, their face was really slapped burning hot. Run! Yang Ku saw that the situation was bad and turned tail and ran. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's too late." It was only to see him punching a fist out, carrying a series of dragon roars and tearing through the air. True, transient, heavenly dragon hand. Boom. Yang Ku two people felt their hearts drop and turned around to resist it. but the power of this punch already exceeded their limits. After resisting it slightly, they were directly decimated. From start to end, it was merely a dozen overbreaths of time. By the side, all the unpredictable children were stunned from watching. The people who were somewhat looking down on Yi Yuan previously felt their faces were burning currently. He wiped out a squad in a few breaths of time, by himself. How? How can he be so strong? Too scary. His fleshy body is actually able to forcefully contend with the attacks of a third firmament, heavenly emperor, unless he's of the perfect rank 8 golden body. Heaven beyond heaven, there's always someone better. He's the heaven beyond heaven. He's the person who's always better. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan slowly entered the city. Encountering a few people who delivered their heads the moment he came in, Yi Yuan was still in quite a good mood. Annihilating 6 people, his D of war points already rose to 247. His ranking also already rose to rank 11,328, rising more than 1,000 places at once. While at this time, Yang Ku and the rest who returned to the rebirth point all had hard-to-conceal depression on their faces. They were annihilated once more, just returned to Cloud Aid City. They were actually annihilated once more. With this, their losses were huge. Several people's ranks fell crazily, especially the few second firmament heavenly emperors. It was virtually almost falling to their tails. And it after I died the last time. I expended a Herculean effort before AMA sings several hundred D of war points. With this, it's all gone. Penyang said gloomily. He felt like there was a resentful lump in his chest, making his chest almost explode. Imagine that you were climbing a mountain and finally climbed halfway up the mountain. In the end, your hand slipped and you fell by more than half. Another slip and you fell to the starting point. At this time, whose mood could be good? Yang had a look of lingering fear as he said, "That punk is too strong." I feel like he didn't take out his true strength at all and easily wiped us out. I reckon that his true strength will likely rank within 8,000. Everyone's faces were startled and they said, "It's impossible, right? Within 8,000, that's middle stage, first firmament, heavenly emperor powerhouses already." Yang had a solemn expression as he said, disregarding other things with just his perfect rank 8 golden body. There's absolutely no issue with being ranked in the top 9,000. If he's still concealing strength, he can absolutely be ranked in the top 8,000. When everyone heard that, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone smiled bitterly and said, "Why are we so unlucky, encountering such a jinx the moment we revived? This guy is simply like a nightmare. I don't want to remember it anymore." Including Yang Ku, everyone had bitter smiles. It was really a memory that one could not bear to recall. Truly a magical world. The flow of time here is 100 times slower than the outside world. I entered a year late, but actually 100 years have already passed south said in this place. With over 100 years' time, I'm afraid that a large group of powerhouses has emerged, right? Yi Yuan discovered that the primeval war realm's flow of time was very slow. It was only 1% of the outside world. If he cultivated in here, it was equivalent to cultivating for 100 years in the outside world. This was simply a cultivation paradise to Yi Yuan. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "If I can comprehend time law and create AC for Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's alchemy path powerhouses to gain enlightenment on Tao, their strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It's just that I don't know if there's an opportunity to comprehend time law here or not. Presently, the human race's alchemy path powerhouses were a little useless. Human leaders like Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets did not care about the alchemy path's existence at all, because they felt that the alchemy path had declined and would not have much effect on the Doomsday Battle. But if there were several people who could comprehend the power of law and comprehend the true Tao pill, then the alchemy path would regain its glory anew and make the divine race dread. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan was rather excited, but very soon he became a little dejected again. Time law was too hard to comprehend. It was even harder than spatial law. Although he already entered the door, he had not been able to find a way to improve further all the way until now. Forget it. Better don't think too much. Exchanging for some Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasures and going out to earn D of War points are more realistic. Everyone who entered the primeval war realm came in all on their own. All the treasures on their bodies were unable to be brought in. Want to use treasures in the primeval war realm, one could only make an exchange with D of War points. There was a spirit treasure hall, medicinal pill hall, and so on and so forth in the city. They could all be exchanged for by using D of War points. Hence, D of War points was extremely important in the primeval war realm. Sir, I wonder how I can help you. Yi Yuan entered the spirit treasure hall, and an enchanting woman in red clothes came up to greet him. I need a sword, Yi Yuan said. The woman in red smiled brightly and said, Sir, please follow me. She led Yi Yuan into a place called Sword Pavilion. There were all kinds of swords laid out inside in a dazzling array. The woman in red smiled and said, Sir, there are tens of thousands of swords in all kinds of styles inside the Sword Pavilion. You can choose freely. Yi Yuan nodded his head and casually circled one round, and could not help drawing a cold breath. These swords were so expensive. The roughly 200 D of War points that he had just obtained was barely able to buy 12. More importantly, there were no Empyrean spirit treasures here. Do you guys have Empyrean spirit treasures here? Yi Yuan asked, rather embarrassed. As Sedley, Chapter 2338, Prodigal Son, Chapter 2338. Prodigal Son, the woman in red's expression turned cold as she said, Empyrean spirit treasure? Sir, are you making fun of this girl? There were still some martial artists buying swords in the Sword Pavilion currently. Hearing these words, they could not help glancing over sideways with mocking faces. Those able to enter the primeval war realm were all Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. No one would use Empyrean spirit treasures. This guy asked for Empyrean spirit treasures the moment he opened his mouth. He was used to being poor, right? But Yi Yuan asked with a serious look, not making fun of Mississippi. I'm serious. Either way, the swords here are all made of energy and laws. Since it's able to create Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures, then it can create Empyrean spirit treasures too, right? Seeing that Yi Yuan's expression did not seem to be fake, the woman in red said with a frown, Can is can. It's just that no one has ever bought Empyrean spirit treasures before. Furthermore, you're using Empyrean spirit treasures to deal with Heavenly Emperors. Isn't this a joke? By the side, a burly man said mockingly, Ha, Miss Redleaf, can't you tell yet? This kid is clearly a pauper who can't take out D of War points to buy Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a nod, That's right, I just arrived today and can't take out too many D of War points. Therefore, I can only substitute. I toot it with Empyrean spirit treasures. Redleaf was enlightened and said, Like this, huh? Then you can go outside the city to hunt down fierce beasts and obtain D of War points. Hunting those lowest grade azure light beasts. The money saved can still be used to buy a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. Azure light beasts were one of the lowest level fierce beasts in the primeval war realm. Its strength was relatively weak, but the G.O.D. of war points obtained from hunting it was also pitifully little. Every 100 Azure light beasts killed would only obtain 1 G.O.D. of war point. However, Azure light beasts were actually not as easy to kill as Redleaf said. They appeared in groups and often went together in hundreds or thousands. Furthermore, the so-called weak was just relatively speaking. Even if it was the Azure light beast, their strength was significantly stronger than ordinary first firmament heavenly emperors too. To martial artists who were weaker, wanting to obtain sufficient G.O.D. of war points was not easy. Ha, Miss Redleaf, let him do what he wants. This kid is just a second firmament heavenly emperor wanting to get the G.O.D. of war points for a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. Who knows how many years he'll have to wait until that burly man mocked once more. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he glanced at that burly man, who knew that that burly man glared and threatened. What brat? Not convinced. Keep staring. Do you believe that I will kill you every time I see you? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, Very good, I've remembered you. When the burly man heard Yi Yuan's words, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, Ha, I am really so scared. Did you guys hear that? He's remembered me. Brat, then you remember my name? Qinhu? This name will become your nightmare in the primeval war realm. It's over. This kid probably doesn't know who Qinhu is, right? A young calf doesn't fear the tiger. Qin, who is a famous demon king. Furthermore, he likes to stir trouble a lot and already killed until many unpredictable children don't dare to go out of the city anymore. He's a fourth firmament heavenly emperor powerhouse. It's said that his ranking already reached the top 8,000. When everyone saw Yi Yuan's unconvinced appearance, each and every one of them could not help secretly shaking their heads. Newcomers should be more low profile. They could not afford to provoke everyone. But Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Qinhu, Amen, I've remembered this name. This period of time, you don't go out of the city anymore. It's very dangerous. Qinhu's face turned black, and he said with a cold smile, Nice one, punk. Not many people dared to talk to me this way in this Cloudade city. Yet, in order to reward your bravery, I will make your divine soul tremble. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to him anymore, and turned to Redleaf and said, Miss has misunderstood. This Yi doesn't want 1 sword, but 1,012 swords. Additionally, I need 12 heavenly emperor spirit treasures. Redleaf had a shocked face and said, You just came today and already have so many G.O.D. of war points. The others, inclusive of Qin, who all had suspicious faces. Clearly, they did not think that Yi Yuan had this strength. Just you brag. You, a newcomer, can have so many G.O.D. of war points? Qinhu said with a look of disbelief. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him, and shrugged as he said to Redleaf, This Yi isn't bored until the extent where I'll come and make fun of Miss Redleaf. However, I only have 247 G.O.D. of war points, the remaining 7 G.O.D. of war points. Using it to exchange for 1,000 over-Empyrean spirit treasures should be sufficient, right? Yi Yuan thought so. After all, Empyrean spirit treasures were worthless in this place, being less than even trash. Apart from Yi Yuan, no one was interested at all. Redleaf's vermilion lips opened wide, unable to close her mouth for a long time. He only arrived at the primeval war realm today, and he actually already obtained 247 G.O.D. of war points. G.O.D. of war points were not so easy to get, especially to a martial artist who looked very weak like Yi Yuan. Redleaf said. Sir, you might not know what D of war points means, right? 247 G. D of war points. To many people, that takes more than 10 years to obtain. She felt that Yi Yuan spending D of war points like this was too wasteful. Simply a prodigal son. Not just her. The other martial artists present also thought so. But Yi Yuan did not dare at all. Taking a look at Qin Hu, he said, "It's fine. After spending them, there's still someone who'll come and give me more." In his heart, he already regarded Qin Hu as a cash withdrawal machine. Qin Hu's face turned black, the anger in his heart growing even more. He already made up his mind to make this punk not dare to leave the city again. When Redleaf saw that she could not persuade Yi Yuan, she could only say, "All right, since Sir insists on doing so, then the 1,000 over-Empyrean spirit treasures, I'll count it as 5G. D of war points then. It's a total of 245G. D of war points. Sir, please pay the bill." Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed Redleaf, and arrived in front of a jade plate. He put his palm on it. One gilded rune after another was pulled out of his body, entering the jade plate. His D of war points was instantly only left with 2 pitiful ones. And his ranking also dropped to the last place at once. Seeing that Yi Yuan really paid so much D of war points, everyone could not help having shocked faces. But even more was still feeling that this guy was too prodigal. Other people's 10 years worth of D of war points. He spent it in one go. Moreover, he bought so many heavenly emperor spirit treasures. What was the use? Yi Yuan took the swords and was immediately satisfied. With the sword formation, his strength would be stronger. But he had his own plans. He planned on slowly exchanging these 1,000 over-Empyrean spirit treasures into all heavenly emperor spirit treasures. At that time, the power of his sword formation would be extremely terrifying. This was actually very hard to realize outside. After all, the outside world's heavenly emperor spirit treasures were very rare. Wanting to collect 1,000 swords was very, very difficult. Killing people and seizing treasures, this sort of thing, Yi Yuan could not do it yet. But in this primeval war realm, it was very easy to do so. The heavenly emperor spirit treasures here were only composed of energy and laws. They could be supplied limitlessly. As for D of war points, he did not care at all. As long as his strength was strong enough, would he still be scared that there was no D of war points? Wasn't there going to be D of war points being delivered right away soon? Chapter 2339. Battling Qin Hu. Chapter 2339. Battling Qin Hu. Yi Yuan put away the sword and slowly walked out of the city. Qin Hu followed him from far away, but he walked very carefully, as if afraid of startling Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan discovered it long ago, but he could not wait for the other party to follow. He lacked D of war points very much right now. If Yi Yuan's plan was known to others, they would definitely scold him for being prodigal. Just take the lowest grade Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasure to calculate it. 1,000 swords needed 10,000 D of war points too. This D of war points was sufficient to rank within 3,000 already. This guy was actually just using it to buy swords. There's a good show to watch. That newcomer brat offended Qin, who is currently planning on going to find him to settle scores. Poor thing, this kid doesn't seem to have detected it, yet that a tail is following behind him. In the crowd, Yang Ku's ears moved slightly hearing this news. Especially newcomer brat, these few words, it aroused his curiosity at once. Upon inquiring, there was a prodigal son who spent more than 200 points and bought 1,000 over swords in the Spirit Treasure Hall. The moment Yang Ku heard, wasn't this Yi Yuan? This guy, forget about that he killed us. He also provoked Qin, who? Yang Ku said in puzzlement. Ha ha, Qin, who is a powerhouse ranked within 8,000. That punk is dead, for sure this time. Boss, let's go together to take a look. Peng Yang said, excitedly. Go. The brothers, 6 people, could not hold back their curiosity and also followed after. After Yi Yuan left the city, he headed towards the wilderness. Before walking very far, a figure blocked his path. It was precisely Qin who looked at Yi Yuan with a look of amuse, E-M-E-N-T, and said, Brat, you really have the guts to really dare leave the city so quickly. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, If I don't leave the city, how will you come and give me D of war points? Qin, who laughed loudly and said, Those who dare to speak to me this way are all already dead men. Punk, before long, you'll doubt life. I will kill you until you don't dare to leave the city. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Oh, then what are you still waiting for? Bring it. Yi Yuan's nonchalant attitude made Qin, who greatly enraged in his heart. He gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly launching forward. A shocking aura suddenly erupted. At the same time, for power of laws added radiance and beauty to each other, reverberating between heaven and earth. A powerhouse who fused 4 powers of law. Qin, who being so arrogant, indeed, had his capital to be arrogant. Yi Yuan had seen before countless geniuses, but had never met before a genius who fused 4 kinds of laws. Furthermore, the power of laws that Qin who fused, their realms were all extremely high, already reaching the level of rank 8. One had to know, each additional power of law fused, the difficulty increased exponentially. Fusing 3 kinds could already be considered a genius among geniuses. But Qin, who fused 4 kinds, this kind of talent was extremely heaven-defying already. At this moment, Yi Yuan finally understood what was called an unpredictable child. With talent like Qin, whose jumping ranks to battle was simply as easy as eating and drinking. TSK, really envy Qin, whose talent. This fellow looks boorish and is unreasonable, but actually he's extremely talented. His sword Dao is fused with wind, fire, and water, 3 kinds of power of law. The power is irresistible. That kid thinks that he's a genius, but how can he know the horror of this primeval war realm? When the group of geniuses saw Qin who take action, each and every one of them was incomparably envious. They were all geniuses too, but compared to Qin, who, they were simply even less than trash. Ha ha ha. Punk, do you regret it very much now? However, you already have no chance. When Qin, who saw the surprised expression on Yi Yuan's face, he could not help being very pleased. He appreciated this kind of expression very much. Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head and smiling when he heard this. He said, Regret? There's no such word in my dictionary. Humph. Reckless and blind brat, go to H-E-L-L. Qin, who roared loudly and raised his sword, Russ. Plussing over. For a moment, sword energy intermingled with the other 3 kinds of power of laws. Its power was irresistible. Golden light shone brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body. An Astoni's, plussing dragon, might similarly surge to the sky. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan actually relied on his fleshy body to clash together with Qin, who, in the wilderness, 2 figures crisscrossed, fighting until the earth shook and mountains swayed. The more Qin who fought, the more alarmed he got. Yi Yuan actually relied on his fleshy body to fight with him until they were locked in a struggle. He fused 4 kinds of power of laws, and was actually unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. One had to know, Even in the primeval war realm, he was an existence who jumped ranks to battle. Everyone thought that his ranking was close to rank 8,000, but actually his rank already rose to around 6,900. But he was actually unable to do anything to a second firmament, heavenly emperor brat. This kid was actually of the perfect rank 8 golden body. Furthermore, he was of the dragon race. How could he know that Yi Yuan was an existence who obtained divine, steel-injecting spirit, a candidate for the dragon clan's progenitor? The dragon race was extremely talented, their strength far said same-rank humans in itself. The elites among the dragon race could naturally contend with the human race elites, and Yi Yuan's talent was at the top of the pyramid in the dragon race, coupled with the formidable strength of rank 8 golden body. Fighting to a draw with him was nothing unusual. The geniuses who came to watch the battle were long already dumbfounded with shock from watching. Some people had already seen before Yi Yuan's battle with young Ku's 6 people and knew about his prowess, but they did not know that Yi Yuan was actually so powerful. Yang Ku's 6 people were not on the same level as Qin, Hu at all. Even if the 6 of them added up together, it was not even worthy enough to carry shoes for Qin, Hu, but Yi Yuan actually fought to a draw with him. Just where did this freakish brat pop out from? His strength is actually so strong. He can fight to a draw with Qin, Hu. Doesn't that mean that his strength can already rank within 8,000? A second firmament, heavenly emperor kid, actually ranked within 8,000, simply dare not imagine. In the primeval war realm, jumping ranks and battling was a very indulgent behavior, because the geniuses here were too many. Very unfortunately, Qin Hu was that extravagant one. But today, the powerful Qin Hu was actually leapfrogged and battled by someone. How could these geniuses not be shocked? This was also to say that their so-called geniuses, so-called unpredictable auras, were not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan at all. Qin Hu gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Punk, consider me to have erred in judgment. Your strength is indeed very strong, but you're still hard-pressed to escape death today." Suddenly, his figure retreated explosively. At the same time, the sword, wind, fire, water, 4 kinds of power of laws in his body, started revolving according to some sort of rule. Heaven and earth suddenly became berserk until the maneuvering of his power of laws. Everyone's hearts turned fearful, knowing that Qin Hu was going to release a big move. This move, very few people could force it out of him. But Yi Yuan did it. To be able to force me to use this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Heavenly Tao combined spirit sword. A sword stabbed out. Heaven and earth changed colors. The sharpness of this sword was unrivaled, except a hint of disdain showed on Yi Yuan's face, the dragon might on his body quivering once more. Behind him, the spirit of a true dragon suddenly appeared, being incomparably solid. It was as if it was a true dragon descending upon the world. Heretic Dragon Dominating S.P.A.C. Chapter 2340. Yi Yuan Who Keeps His Word. Chapter 2340. Yi Yuan Who Keeps His Word, the spirit of the true dragon, overlooked the world from above the firmament, showing disdain over everything in the world. That kind of domineeringness carried the world before him. Taking a step out, the world was shocked. Boom. Hills toppled, and the earth quaked. The void trembled. Everyone's countenances changed visibly. These 2 people's strength was really too fearsome. This class, H.I. plussing of major moves, was actually evenly matched. Qin, whose strength was truly formidable, while Yi Yuan's innate divine ability was a top-notch existence even in the Dragon clan. Yet he actually only fought to a draw with him. The strength of an unpredictable child was displayed to the fullest expression of its beauty and form on Qin, who, However, everyone's shock was due to Yi Yuan. The reason was very simple. Qin, who was defeated, the second firmament, Heavenly Emperor Yi Yuan fought to a draw with the fourth firmament, Heavenly Emperor Qin, who, this was enough to shock them. This innate divine ability is really terrifying. In the same rank, who can be his match? This is a spatial attribute, innate divine ability. That's one of the supreme innate divine abilities. Most likely, it's a top existence in the Dragon Clan too. Qin, who even said that he was going to kill until this kid would not dare to leave the city. Looking at it now, it's really a joke. Looking at it like this newcomer kid, his strength should be ranked within 8,000 at the lowest too. Just as everyone was exclaiming in amazement, Qin, who suddenly spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward, under the two people's stalemate. It was finally still Qin who was defeated. This kind of confrontation had a tremendous impact force on the martial artists themselves to begin with. It was true that Qin who was formidable, but how could he be as strong as Yi Yuan's body? Under the circuit, stances where their strength difference was not great, body-refining martial artists would almost certainly win. With Yi Yuan gaining momentum in one move, he immediately chased after. He pursued in haste and pummeled fiercely Qin, who was seriously injured. So how could he withstand this bout of beating? In a few blows, he was on his dying breath. Everyone could not help feeling alarmed from watching. This kid was really vicious when making his move. But in this place, everyone existed for D of war points. Not being viscous would not do. Hoo-hoo, thank you for your D of war points. Yi Yuan looked at the half-dead Qin, who and said with a light smile. Qin, who said with his dying breath, "Brat, don't run if you have the capability. After I revive, I'll come to find you to settle scores." He lost and was unconvinced. His strength was clearly not weaker than Yi Yuan's, but Yi Yuan relied on the advantage of his body to defeat him. Moreover, with his D of war points, once he died once, the losses would be too great. He could not swallow this insult. Yi Yuan smiled slightly in his heart and was very satisfied with Qin, whose reaction. As long as he employed the sword formation, annihilating Qin, who would simply be effortless. Fusing four kinds of power of laws was indeed powerful, but no matter how strong, could it be stronger than the combination of two great source powers? But why did he have to expend his strength and unfold a life and death struggle with Qin, who? He did it in order to make Qin, who feel unwilling to submit. It was in order to make Qin, who come out to take revenge. This way, he would be able to continue plundering D of war points. Wasn't he going to kill him until he did not dare to come out? Fine then, I'll kill you until you do not dare to come out. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Qin, who definitely would not come out alone this time. He would definitely find a helper. At that time, the current Yi Yuan could already predict the scene of D of war points rising rapidly. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Yi Yuan said with a calm expression, finished saying with a bang. He finished Qin, who off with a punch. One CLUS. Tur of runes after another entered Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up. So many D of war points. Because Yi Yuan's ranking was only 12,000 plus, but Qin, whose ranking was around 7,000. This huge difference let Yi Yuan obtain 40% of the other party's D of war points. Right now, Yi Yuan already had 1,480 points on him, and his ranking already rose to rank 8,941 too. Even Yi Yuan himself was also shocked by the points. TSK, really awesome. Yi Yuan exclaimed, truly becoming a tyke. And in an instant, seeing the expression on Yi Yuan's face, everyone was incredibly envious in their hearts. They knew that Yi Yuan definitely obtained a significant amount of D of war points. In this primeval war realm, the stronger the opponent killed, the more the D of war points obtained. But during these 100 years' time, the rankings were actually already relatively stable. Wanting to jump several thousand places to kill the opponent in front was simply a fool's talk. But Yi Yuan killed the formidable Qin, who just like that, NS, and ATC had so many D of war points like pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth. However, Yi Yuan was currently meditating calmly on the spot and was actually really waiting for Qin Hu to come out. This made many people extremely surprised. Was this kid a fool? Could it be that he really thought that Qin Hu would fight one-on-one with him? Young man, hurry up and go. Qin Hu has a buddy in the city called Shi. His strength is even a notch above his. You're only waiting to die by being here. A kind-hearted person came forward to persuade him. Yeah, kid, don't get too greedy. You waiting for him here is equivalent to waiting for death. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over, and he said with a smile, Many thanks for everyone's warning, but this he said to wait for him. I won't go back on my word, and will wait here for him to come. When everyone saw that Yi Yuan did not listen to advice, they could not help shaking their heads and sighing. This kid was really hopelessly headstrong. It was useless even if he was strong. Being brainless was too scary. Except the Yonku in the crowd was absorbed in thought. I really didn't expect that this kid would be so formidable. However, he's a fool to actually really wait here for Qin Hu to come back. Pan Yang said, but Yonku frowned and said, Don't you guys find it strange? Everyone was taken back, uncertain what it meant. What's strange about it? This brat and Qin Hu are about on par. If add in Shi, this kid will be dead for sure. Yeah, his fleshy body is strong, but Qin Hu's strength isn't weak either. If he doesn't leave now, it's tantamount to seeking death. But Yonka shook his head and said, I heard that he used all the D of war points that he has, and ATC had from us to buy swords. Furthermore, he bought over 1,000. But have you guys seen him draw a sword? The vast majority of the people neglected this problem. Not that they deliberately overlooked it, but that the combat strength that Yi Yuan displayed made them believe in Yi Yuan's strength strongly. They felt that Yi Yuan's strongest trump card should be the perfect rank 8 golden body. Yi Yuan relied on perfect rank 8 and could already defeat the Qin, who fused 4 kinds of power of laws. It could be seen how monstrous he was. Then, did he still need other means? But Yang Ku thought of this question. He did not know how strong Yi Yuan's sword arts were, but in this primeval war realm, there definitely would not be someone silly enough to spend all the D of war points on them to go, and by something useless. Yang Ku's followers could not help being stunned, also discovering this issue now. But Yang Ku smiled strangely and said, I'm somewhat curious now just how strong his sword arts are. An hour later, 2 figures came out of the city with a howl, arriving in no time. These 2 people were precisely Qin Hu and his buddy, Shi. The 2 people, one in front and one behind, blocked off all of Yi Yuan's paths of retreat. Qin Hu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a loud laugh, Punk, you really keep your promises to actually wait here to die? Ha ha ha. Chapter 2341. Qin Hu, you've screwed me over this time. Chapter 2341. Qin Hu, you've screwed me over this time. My greatest plus point is that I'm a man of my word. Furthermore, you seem to have forgotten. I said before to kill you until you don't dare to go out of the city. Yi Yuan was very calm and did not feel surprised because Qin Hu brought a helper. Furthermore, He felt very interested in this Mo-shi from listening to the other people's discussions instead. With regards to such a big point giver, it would not do if he was not interested either. Mo-shi looked at Yi Yuan with a look of amuse, E-M-E-N-T, and said with a light smile, "Ho-ho, kid, you really don't know about the immensity of heaven and earth. The primeval war, realms waters, are much deeper than you think. You can't play just because you're talented." He naturally knew about Yi Yuan's strength. It was just that fighting 2-on-1. It was useless no matter how strong Yi Yuan was. Yi Yuan looked at Mo-shi and suddenly said, "Your esteemed self is helping Qin, who are you also going to kill this Yi until I don't dare to go out of the city?" Mo-shi could not help laughing as he said, "Of course. Qin Hu and I are extremely close friends in reality as well. You killed him once. So how can I make it easy for you? Your question was very moronic." But Yi Yuan smiled brilliantly and said, "That's good then. I can set my mind at ease." The others were all speechless. This kid was too defenseless. He could still smile at this time. Moreover, these words were indeed moronic enough. You could set your mind at ease. At ease about what? The two of you don't go out of the city any more in the future. Otherwise, if I see once, I'll kill once." Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Ha ha ha. Mo-shi, this kid probably still hasn't figured out the situation until now. Looks like he's underestimating you. Showcase your strength, and let him take a look." Qin, who said with a loud laugh. Mo-shi nodded his head and said coolly, "Okay." One mysterious and profound power of law after another suddenly descended, echoing around Mo-shi, earth, fire, water, wind. It was another 4 kinds of power of laws. Furthermore, these 4 kinds of power of laws were different from Qin Hu's. They could form a perfect closed loop, the power unable to be mentioned in the same breath. This Mo-shi strength was much stronger than Qin Hu's. At the same time, 4 beads of different colors slowly rose up, revolving around him. The power of the 4 kinds of laws suddenly increased significantly again, and also emitted a rhythmic tempo along with the 4 beads. These 4 beads are called the 4 directional beads, a set of peak heavenly emperor spirit treasure. They correspond respectively to earth, fire, water, and wind for kinds of power of laws, and are able to make my strength become a lot stronger. Kid, you try repeating those words earlier. Mo-shi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, while on the other side, Qin, whose power of laws had already been released. His entire cultivation was all on his sword, his strength also fearsome. It was just that compared to Mo-shi's 4 directional beads. It was significantly lousier. The 2 of them joining forces. It was hard to find a rival among this clouded city's 4th firmament heavenly emperors. No matter how great Yi Yuan's strength was, it was also impossible to be their match. Ha ha ha, kid, lost all hope, right? Mo-shi's strength is even above mine. With the 2 of us teaming up, are you still harboring hopes of getting lucky in your heart? Qin said smugly. Seeing Mo-shi's strength, everyone was incredibly shocked. Everyone only heard that he was impressive, but it seemed like his strength was very high. Earlier, they thought he was about the same as Qin Hu, but looking at it now, that was not the case. So strong. I didn't expect that Mo-shi's strength is much stronger than Qin Hu's. This kind of power of laws doesn't have the slightest flaws at all. Furthermore, with the augmentation of a peak heavenly emperor spirit treasure, its power is unimaginable. No wonder it's said that Mo-shi's ranking is actually above Qin Hu's. Looks like his G-O-D of war points were all used on these 4 beads. This boy, not listening to the advice of the elderly, suffering is right ahead, asked him to not get too greedy, but he wouldn't listen. many people present all started gloating over his misfortune. It was true that Yi Yuan's strength was strong, but he did not listen to other people's words. They clearly had good intentions, but were treated as ill intent. Actually, it was them who were thinking too much. Yi Yuan just wanted to get more G. Oh, D of war points. That was all. And right at this time, Yi Yuan finally touched his swords. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 1,000 overswords scattered all around, dancing wildly in the air. Seeing this scene, Yang Ke's entire body trembled, and he actually gave a low cry rather agitatedly. He finally deployed his swords. I indeed didn't guess wrongly. What he's strongest at isn't the physical body, but sword Dao. No, wait, there's also formation Dao. 1,000 overswords. It was impossible to just be sword Dao. A bunch of Empyrean spirit treasures, SMAs. Plussing over. He could blast it to dregs with a punch. What was there still? At this time, Yang Ke had a strong feeling that he might be witnessing the birth of a miracle. This newcomer was too formidable. Boss, what are you agitated for? Even if he knows Sword Dao and Formation Dao, it's also impossible to be those two people's match, right? Peng Yang said. Another person said, yeah, these two are too strong. If that punk is the same rank as them, there's still a show, but his realm is too low. Yang Ke suddenly smiled and said, ha, you guys just watch. Yi Yuan's face did not show the slightest change in expression. He just said coolly, I said before, I will kill until you guys don't dare to go out of the city. Do you guys really think that this Yi is kidding? Ha. This is your trump card? This pile of metal SC, R, A, PS, and you want to deal with us teaming up? When Qin, who saw the situation, he said with a loud laugh. Mo Shi also shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, Ho, kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth using a bunch of Empyrean spirit treasures, and you want to deal with the two of us? Too naive. Yi Yuan gave them a cold glance and said coolly, is that so? Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus suddenly, the sword formation unexpectedly erupted. Sword Dao source and formation Dao source reverberated between heaven and earth, enveloping Qin, who and Mo Shi, two people inside, all at once. All of a sudden, a feeling of immense danger welled up in their hearts, making the two people's faces change wildly. Two great source powers. Qin Hu, you've screwed me over this time. When Mo Shi saw Yi Yuan take action, his mind shook heavily. He shouted at the top of his voice, roaring angrily. At the same time, Qin Hu's expression also changed wildly, and he yelled, talk again later. Let's join hands first to repel the enemy. It was already too late to want to run. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. The swords coming and going were merely a matter of an instant. In a blink, Yi Yuan's sword formation already covered Mo Shi. In an instant, he felt a huge cage covering him firmly, unable to break free at all. This sword formation was too scary. His 4 directional beads power was tremendous, but no matter how great his power was, in front of source power, it was too weak until it could not stand up to a breeze either. The power of source, that was an existence that only Deva Realm powerhouses could touch. This guy was just a second firmament heavenly emperor. So how did he comprehend it? Even though Yi Yuan's sword formation was formed with metal SCR, APS, his power was currently being divided on 1,008 swords. He should not have much power left. Qin, who had a conflicted look. He wanted to run, but he still endured it. The loss outweighed the gain in doing so. Hence, he released his full strength and rushed over toward Yi Yuan. But he had yet to arrive when he saw the sword formation dice. Mo Shi interminced meat as if chopping vegetables and cutting melons. For a moment, Everyone was shocked. Chapter 2342. Pitiful. Chapter 2342. Pitiful, the combination of two great sources. Too strong. Truly too strong. What did I say earlier? What he's strongest at is definitely sword technique. I didn't say it wrongly, right? Yangku was very agitated. He also did not know whether it was because he saw such a heaven-defying sword formation or because he guessed correctly. However, his companions were clearly all very surprised. They did not expect that it was really guessed correctly by Yangku. It was just that even Yangku also did not expect that Yi Yuan's swordsman's HI plus P was actually so powerful. One source power was already utterly shocking. The sword formation created by the combination of two great source powers truly had boundless power. Such a fearsome MO, she kicked the bucket without even blocking a single exchange. Yi Yuan did not waste his time, controlling the 1,000 overswords to return to him and speeding toward Qin Hu. Qin Hu was long already overwhelmed with terror, under a loud roar. He also went straight back home. The onlooking, unpredictable children were all shocked until they were dumbfounded with shock. They never could have thought that this battle would end in such a manner. They thought that this would be an Estoni's HI plus Ingli great battle. Yi Yuan would try his best, but he would still die under the teaming up of Qin Hu and Mo Shi. But the battle was merely several breaths of time, from start to end. Only then did those people who urged Yi Yuan understand that Yi Yuan truly had nothing to fear, and was not that he could not listen to persuasion. Impressive! How did this kid cultivate? He's simply a freak. Qin Hu really did a Civ tumble with this. His D of war points will probably be reduced by half, right? A perfect rank 8 golden body is already freakish enough. So, who would have thought that he actually also comprehended two powers of source? Above the void, Yi Yuan's D of war points soared endlessly and already broke through 3,000 points, breaking through to 3,000 on the first day of entering the city. This was likely the first person among the 1 million unpredictable children too. Yi Yuan received the D of war points, returned to the city, and directly arrived at the Spirit Treasure Hall. When Redleaf saw Yi Yuan, she could not help but ask, doubtfully, "Isn't the D of war points on Sir already spent finish? Why did you come back again?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Someone is generous and keeps giving me D of war points nonstop. Miss Redleaf, Jade True Sword, give me 10 of them." Redleaf opened her mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan in shock. Jade True Sword was a peak, Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasure. One sword would cost 372 D of war points. This guy wanted to exchange for 10 in one go. Where did he get so many D of war points? Redleaf suddenly thought of Qin Hu, but even Qin Hu probably did not have so many D of war points either, right? The moment he settled the bill, she discovered to her shock that Yi Yuan really had that many D of war points. When Yi Yuan left Spirit Treasure Hall, Redleaf did not even recover from the shock. Yi Yuan spent all the D of war points on him and went straight out of the city, leaving Cloudade City. In Cloudade City, a figure appeared, rather fluid tiered. "Hey, did that punk called Yi Yuan really leave?" "Yes, we saw him leave with our own eyes." "You're sure that you didn't see wrongly?" "For sure." Qin, who was already asking the seventh person here. Everyone told the same story, all saying that Yi Yuan already left. Only then did he finally set his mind at rest. Returning to the city, he naturally could not avoid being reproved by Mo Shi. It was fine that he himself got screwed. He even dragged his close friend into the water. But fortunately, Qin, who did not flee in the face of danger. The friends, H, I, plus P between them, could still continue. That brat already left. Let's hurry up and leave the city too? If we run into that brat, he'll definitely kill us again. Qin, who inquired around and decided to leave the city right away. He did not want to run into this monster again. But Mo, she was much more cautious than him. He shook his head and said, "Wait another 2 days. Going out now, it's very easy to run into him. Furthermore, he might be intercepting us for all we know." Right. It's still you who's smart. Qin, who repeatedly approved. 2 days later, the two went out of the city cautiously, looking all around. Discovering that there wasn't Yi Yuan's figure, their hearts finally calmed down. Let's hurry up and go. Make sure not to run into that brat. I've already inquired clearly. He headed in the direction of Wish Valley. We'll go in the opposite path of him. Go to the Central Plains. Qin, who hurriedly said, Emoshi nodded and said, "Okay, we'll go to the Central Plains." The two were just about to depart when suddenly a voice came out of the void. "Gentlemen, this Yi has been waiting for a long time. You guys are in a hurry. Where are you headed?" Hearing this voice, Qin, who two people's hair stood on end, all the Guseb, MPS on their bodies rising. This was simply the devil's voice, only to see Yi Yuan's figure walk out of the void, already cutting off the two people's path to withdraw back to the city. Why, didn't you leave already? Why would you show up here? Qin, whose expression changed wildly, scared until even his words were stammering. Emoshi had a stunned face and said, "His spatial law likely already reached an unimaginable level, so when he hides in the void, we can't discover him at all." That was right. Yi Yuan deliberately left behind a false impression of having left. Following that, he shuttled into the void and quietly sneaked back, waiting for the two to leave the city. Before killing until the two did not dare to go out of the city, how could he leave? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since you understand, then I'll send you guys on your way then." Wait a minute. Qin, who still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan did not give him the chance at all. The sword formation already greeted them, annihilating the two of them instantly. Just went out of the city, and they died again. Qin, who returned to the rebirth point, and simply wanted to tear, but had no tears. He originally had close to 3,700 D of war points on him. After dying a few times, his D of war points directly shrunk by more than half. Yi Yuan, this fellow, was too hateful, deliberately spending all the D of war points on him in order to fleece more of his D of war points. His ranking already fell to around the ranks of 9,000. Emoshi was not much better than him, too. He just died one less than him. Right now, it had also shrunk by close to half. *CKU. Did you have nothing better to do? What the HELL kind of monster did you provoke? Forget about that. He's a perfect 8 transformation. 2 great source powers. I've also resigned myself to it. Now, he's even proficient in spatial law. Do you think we should go out of the city or not? She bellowed crazily at Qin, who, he was really going crazy. If he was merely strong, forget it, could not afford to provoke. I could hide. But Yi Yuan's spatial law was too powerful. With their strength, they could not detect this guy at all. Then how would they know when Yi Yuan would leave? With this, they really did not dare to go out of the city anymore. Not far away, many people saw the bellowing Emoshi and the Qin, who looked like a bullied wife, and they could not help casting sympathetic gazes. In the crowd, there was still Yongku and the rest. At this time, they felt extremely grateful. Fortunately, Yi Yuan did not target them. Otherwise, they would be much more miserable than these two right now. Each person could only stay for 20 days' time in the city. Not leaving for 20 days, they would be directly obliterated by heavenly Tao. This time, Qin, who two people endured for 20 days, and finally still decided to make another run for it. But just arriving outside the city, they were defeated by Yi Yuan once more. With this, they really did not dare to go out of the city anymore. Another 20 days said. The pitiful Qin, Hu, and Mashi were directly obliterated by heavenly Tao. Half a year's time said. Just like this, they were consecutively obliterated by heavenly Tao close to 10 times before going out of the city once again in trepidation. Chapter 23:43. A strange couple. Chapter 23:43. A strange couple, just as Qin, who two people were frightened until they did not dare to go out of the city, Yi Yuan had long already left Cloudade City. He naturally would not really accompany these two people and keep on playing. Furthermore, he knew that with those few times, those two likely did not dare to go out of the city anymore as well. He had also earned enough GOD of war points from these two, and there was nothing to mess with anymore. However, those two were intimidated from killing and did not dare to gamble at all. They would rather be killed by heavenly Tao than be willing to give Yi Yuan GOD of war points anymore. Sun Moon Canyon was a relatively dangerous place around Cloudade City. In the canyon, there were many middle stage, heavenly emperor realm fierce beasts coming and going. With Yi Yuan's current strength, this place was clearly the most suitable cultivation place. Before leaving, Yi Yuan made another trip to Spirit Treasure Hall and used Qin, Hu, two people's GOD of war points, and exchanged for 36 low-grade Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures. He made a slight modification to the sword formation, with 12 peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures as the core, 48 low-grade Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures as auxiliary, driving 1,000 Empyrean Spirit Treasures. This way, with the augmentation of peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures, the power of the sword formation grew even stronger. In the primeval war realm, as long as one left the city, there was a possibility of encountering dangers at any time. Of course, the closer to the cities the place, the weaker the fierce beasts. The further away from the cities the place, the stronger the fierce beasts. Walking all this way, Yi Yuan killed many fierce beasts, but the GOD of war points obtained were not a lot. Only all the way until now did he know how hard it was to obtain GOD of war points. Killing low-level fierce beasts did not seem to have many GODs of war points, while killing high-level fierce beasts, after your ranking became high, the GOD of war points obtained would get lesser and lesser. There would come a day where your bottleneck would arrive. So in this place, you needed to keep on getting stronger before you could Serpa. S yourself. Hubby, there's a young fellow here. You're not allowed to look. Keep looking, and I'll kill him. Hubby, I just like your jealous appearance. Why not we kill him together? Mwak, wifey, I also love your beautiful and charming appearance the most. However, this little fellow's realm is too low. There's also no benefit in killing him. Spare him then. My hubby is the most kind. Love you. Mwak, wifey, I love you too. All of a sudden, a man and a woman walked over from not far away. The two people's conversation made Yi Yuan feel a chill. This was clearly a pair of Tao companions. It was just that the two were chummy until it made people despair when they were talking. Yi Yuan looked over. The man was unbelievably ugly, and the woman was well matched with him. Then the man said that the woman was beautiful and charming, while the woman said that the man was handsome and tall. He really did not know where their courage came from. These two people were really one family, not entering the household door. They were quite a lively pair of living treasures. But such a pair of ugly man and woman, they were actually unpredictable children too. It still made Yi Yuan quite surprised. As the saying went, One should not judge other people based on their looks. It was probably like this. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to the two either and planned on leaving straight away. If they were to really make a move, he was naturally not afraid either. Who would have expected that he was about to leave when that woman suddenly said, "Little brother, your strength is too low. Why not come together with us? Us husband and wife will protect you." The moment the man heard, he was immediately enraged and said, "Arg, infuriating me to death. You still said that you didn't take fancy on this pretty boy." The woman rolled her eyes and said, "Silly darling. I saw that this babe is friendly and thought of our baby. If he was still alive, he'd probably be as handsome as him, right?" As she said, the woman actually shed tears. The moment the man heard, he also fell silent and actually choked silently. Yi Yuan originally did not want to care about the two, but seeing the two get worked up, not seeming to be fake, he felt awkward to leave as well. However, when he was just about to open his mouth to refuse, the man suddenly said, "Kid, you heard it. My wife sees that you're pitiful. In this Sun Moon Canyon, stick around with us, husband, and wife then." Yi Yuan smiled and said with cupped fists, "Many thanks for your husband and wife's kindness, but I'm used to traveling alone and won't impose on you too." His words were said very courteously. After all, they had good intentions. So Yi Yuan naturally maintained some respect. It was just that the moment the man heard, he was indignant. His face turned sullen, and he said in a solemn voice, "Asked you to follow, just follow. What's with all the C.R.A.P.?" The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help shaking his head. They were truly a pair of weirdos. The moment the woman heard, she hurriedly said, "Goodness gracious, you silly darling. What will you do if you frighten that kid? Little brother, this place is really very dangerous. Furthermore, there are also a lot of bad guys in Sun Moon Canyon. You should follow us. We can share some G.O.D. of war points with you." This woman was really protecting him like protecting a calf. However, Yi Yuan himself came to train in the first place. What the H.E.L. would it be if he followed these two? Hence, he could only refuse this kind intention. Yi Yuan cupped his fists once more and said, "Madam, this Yi really appreciates your kind intentions. It's just that this Yi came here to train. It's seriously hard to follow you two. Farewell, the two of you." As he said, Yi Yuan turned around and was about to leave. But right at this time, there was suddenly a blur in front of his eyes. That man blocked in front of him. The man had a grim look, appearing very angry, and said, "You punk, don't know how to appreciate favors. Since you're not willing to follow us, then I can only use force." Yi Yuan could not help being unable to stifle his laughter when he heard it. Heard before forcing a sale, never heard before compelling to follow and cultivate. This big brother, if you can keep this Yi behind, then there's also no harm in this Yi follow you guys. Yi Yuan said coolly. The man said, "Ha ha, punk, what high-sounding sentiments. You still don't know the two of us husband and wife's tea. Please, right? The two of us are Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck 1. We're very famous in the Heavenspan world too." Yi Yuan was aloof and indifferent, and said coolly, "Senior Heaven Mandarin, please." Heaven Mandarin's face turned black. A punch suddenly struck over, but his attack clearly held back some strength. In his view, how could Yi Yuan's small body withstand his one punch? While Earth Duck smiled by the side and did not speak, an appearance of watching a show. Facing this punch, Yi Yuan did not avoid it and similarly threw a punch over. He understood that he could only talk to this Heaven Mandarin with strength. Boom! A loud bang came over. Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, while Heaven Mandarin fell several steps back. A tremendous force transmitted into his bosom, and he hurriedly revolved divine essence to dispel it. This punch, Yi Yuan similarly did not use his full strength too. But this husband and wife, two people had surprised expressions, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Perfect eighth transformation. Kid, I couldn't tell that you still have some real skills. Heaven Mandarin said in surprise. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior Heaven Mandarin, can this Yi go now? Who knew that Heaven Mandarin shook his head and said, The two of us, husband and wife, mean what we say. Ask you to follow, you have to follow. Keep being long-winded, and I'm going to be serious. Yi Yuan also had some anger aroused from being repeatedly said by these two people. These two were clearly sing with unreasonable demands. Is that so? Then this Yi will have to witness Senior Heaven Mandarin's brilliant moves. Please. Yi Yuan said coolly. 1. A play on words. Mandarin ducks mean an affectionate couple. Chapter 23:44. 8 great source powerhouses. Chapter 23:44. 8 great source powerhouses. Upon exchanging blows, Heaven Mandarin let out all sorts of strange cries, making Yi Yuan's scalp tingle. However, these strange cries were extremely formidable. It actually contained sound wave attacks and achieved the same wondrous effect as the voice of the dragon D with different means. Furthermore, Heaven Mandarin's sound wave attack was already not far from the power of Source. Coupled with the strength of a fifth firmament heavenly emperor, Yi Yuan was actually not a match by just relying on the power of the fleshy body. Ha ha, brat, know my prowess now? Heaven Mandarin said smugly, but right at this time, a series of sword cries sounded out. Yi Yuan already brought out his sword formation. The moment the sword formation arose, Heaven Mandarin's expression suddenly changed, and he cried out strangely, Boy, I didn't expect that you still had such capability. Wifey, quickly come and help. The earth duck by the side was also extremely surprised. Clearly, she did not expect that such a little fellow actually comprehended 2 great powers of Source. With her husband calling, Earth Duck joined the battle without the slightest hesitation. However, same as Heaven Mandarin, Earth Duck also emitted a series of strange cries the moment she came in. However, the power was completely different. The two people combining their sound wave attacks actually miraculously stepped into the realm of Source. Coupled with the two people's strength of fifth firmament heavenly emperors, they actually fought on pair with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was greatly surprised in his heart. He really rarely ran into someone who could rely on the power of Source to fight with him until they were evenly matched. Want to deal with Yi Yuan? There was only by relying on powerful cultivation realm to carry out an unreasonable suppression. Competing in power of laws was equivalent to seeking death. Yi Yuan naturally did not know that the shock in Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck's hearts was 100 times than his. Just now, they were still boasting shamelessly, saying that they wanted Yi Yuan to stick around with him. But in a blink, Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 2 and actually fought with them until neither could gain the upper hand. Hubby, this babe is so formidable to actually comprehend 2 great powers of Source. Wifey, if our babe didn't die, he might also be so formidable now. That's for sure. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, You too, how about we just stop here? All right, not fighting anymore. You, this babe, are really strong. Let's stop fighting, can we talk? Earth Duck said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right. Earth Duck was overjoyed and dragged Yi Yuan to start jabbering away. One could tell that she genuinely liked Yi Yuan. Earth Duck was like a loudmouth, talking about the two of them husband and wife's anecdotes. It turned out that back then, they were also just a pair of very ordinary Empyrean husband and wife, and were not very outstanding. They even gave birth to a son, and doted on their son a lot. Their son's talent was Astoni's. Plussing, the moment he was born, he was peak true G. He also cultivated very fast. Using only 10,000 years, he cultivated to peak Empyrean realm. Just a step more. He would be able to step into the realm of Heavenly Emperor. But something unexpected may happen at any time. Because his son offended a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, he was killed by the other party. The husband and wife, two people, were overwhelmed with pain to the point where they wished they were dead. Hence, their temperament changed drastically. As the saying went, matters of the world were hard to predict. And this also paved open the two people's path of defying the heavens. Their son dead, the two of them had all hopes dashed to pieces, and only had one thought remaining, that was to take revenge. But the Heavenly Emperor was too strong to them. As a result, the husband and wife, two people, supported each other, and actually walked further and further on this path of sound law. Later, the both of them broke through to Heavenly Emperor and even comprehended sound source. The Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, who was originally undefeatable in their eyes, already became unbelievably weak. The two killed the Heavenly Emperor and avenged their revenge, wandering the world ever since. Because these husband and wife, two people, had strange personalities, they provoked many powerful enemies. But their strength was formidable. Relying on the power of sound source, they even slew many powerful enemies. Later, they also earned their Tleas of Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. Hearing these two people's stories, Yi Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder, also filled with emotions at the unpredictability of heaven's secrets. Under normal circumstances, these two absolutely would not have become such major powers. But because of their son's death, it became the current situation. Little guy, I found you agreeable the moment I saw you, feeling like you're especially like our son. Furthermore, you're also different from the rest. When others see us pestering like this, they will be killing intent aroused. But you didn't, Earth Duck said with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I won't offend people unless I'm offended. You husband and wife didn't have ill intentions toward me. So this Yi naturally won't deal a killing blow either. All right, many thanks for the two of your boundless hospitality. This Yi is really going to cultivate now. Farewell. Earth Duck had a reluctant look, but they also knew that they could not keep Yi Yuan behind, and could only let Yi Yuan leave. Just as Yi Yuan was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed. A series of ripples suddenly surfaced in the surrounding spac. One powerful aura after another came out of the void. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, I searched for you guys for a very long time already. This time, let's see what you guys run to. A man in black robes walked out of the void and looked at Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck as he said with a resentful look. At the same time, in the other 7 directions, 7 figures also appeared. These 8 people, the auras on each person was extremely powerful. They were not the slightest bit weaker than Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. Heaven Mandarin's brows furrowed, and he looked at the man in black and said, Jiangzhe, you really linger on relentlessly. Also, guys, you actually ran together. Ha! You two freaks. You don't know how many powerhouses you've provoked. Today, with us 8 great source powerhouses moving out in unison, see where you guys can still run. In the future, see you guys once, kill you once. Jiangzhe said. Yi Yuan's expression also changed when he heard that they were actually all source powerhouses. How capable at provoking were this husband and wife, 2 people, to actually draw 8 great source powerhouses to team up all of a sudden. However, with the 2 of their strange personalities, there was really the possibility. Now, these 8 people were clearly banding up to deal with them. Earth Duck frowned and said, Fine, you let young friend Yi leave. We'll slowly settle our scores. Jiang Zhe gave Yi Yuan a glance and said disdainfully, "This little thing is together with the two of you, two old freaks. Can he still be anything good? It's naturally killing together." Buzz. While talking, Jiang Zhe snapped his fingers. A lightning ball that radiated electricity in all directions flew toward Yi Yuan, the speed inconceivably fast. Lightning source. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. Lifting his hand, it was a transient heavenly dragon hand. Boom! The lightning ball being punched heavily by Yi Yuan was directly annihilated. Jiang Zhe underestimated Yi Yuan too much. So this move was very casual. Yi Yuan naturally resolved it very casually too. But landing in Jiang Zhe's eyes, he was naturally somewhat surprised. A little interesting. This kid actually originates from the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, he's a perfect 8th transformation. Presently, in this heaven-span world, those able to cultivate the physical body to the perfect 8th transformation are rare. Kid, what's your name called? Clearly, Jiang Zhe became a little interested in Yi Yuan. None of your business. Yi Yuan said coolly. What annoyed him the most was Jiang Zhe's appearance of arbitrarily deciding the life and death of others. Clearly came to find trouble with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, but wanted to implicate others. He did not even finish saying a sentence yet, and he wanted to kill him. Therefore, Yi Yuan naturally would not show Jiang Zhe any good attitude. Jiang Zhe was first stunned when he heard that, then his face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, I originally wanted to spare you. Looking at it now, it's you who are seeking death yourself." Chapter 2345. Kindly accepting. Chapter 2345. Kindly accepting this sentence. I'll return it to you as it is. I originally wanted to spare you, but now, prepare to die. Yi Yuan replied unceremoniously. These words immediately drew a wave of loud laughter from the 8 great source powerhouses. A second firmament, heavenly emperor, saying this sort of words was really very hilarious in their view. A middle-aged man in white robes could not help laughing as he said, "Ho-ho, you think that with a perfect 8th transformation, you can be invincible in this primeval war realm? Boy, you're still too inexperienced." Earth Duck said, "Young friendie, in a while, we'll hold these guys back. You go first. They are all source powerhouses. You're not their match by yourself. If I want to leave, just the likes of them can't hold me back still. If I want to stay, none of them can leave." Yi Yuan looked at Jiang Zhe, his tone exuding domineeringness. It was just that this declaration sounded like childish words to the 8 great source powerhouses. Perfect 8th transformation. Was it very impressive? Jiang Zhe said to the white-robed male, "Lin Zhan, this brat will be handed to you. Regroup with us after killing him. These 2 old freaks' source laws are rather formidable. They are not easy to deal with." Lin Zhan nodded his head and said, "Relax, I'll dispose of him within 3 moves. Jiang Zhe nodded and said, "Attack together. This time, we must make these 2 old fellows pay the price." The 7 great source powerhouses' powers of law were released fully. One Estones, H.I., plussing law undulation after another instantly reverberated inside Sun Moon Canyon. Even Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck 2 people also felt tremendous pressure. "Young friend ye, don't put up a bold front anymore. Find a chance and quickly escape. You don't need to care about us." Earth Duck said with concern. She knew Yi Yuan's strength. Dealing with one source powerhouse was not an issue. But if Yi Yuan did not leave and attract even more source powerhouses, that would not be good. In the beginning, Yi Yuan was still slightly critical of this strange husband and wife pair. But after listening to their tragic experience, Yi Yuan could not hate them anymore as well. That pain of losing a loved one, he felt deeply affected by it. The things that this husband and wife, two people, had suffered at that time, he could understand fully. Furthermore, this earth duck was genuinely concerned about him. "Ha, you guys had better worry about yourselves," Jiangja said with a cold laugh. 7 great source powerhouses attacking at the same time. The commotion was extremely shocking. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck cried strangely over and over again, letting out all kinds of sound martial techniques to deal with the 7 people. Yi Yuan could tell that these two still appeared rather strained under the pincer attacks of the 7 people. However, sound law was also an extremely high-level law. Coupled with these two people's tacit understanding and cooperation, their strength far surpassed, said those in the same rank. For some time, they were actually able to barely ward them off. "Brat, stop looking. This heavenly emperor will send you back to the city right now. This level of battle isn't what you can take part in." Lin Zhan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smug look, "Immobilize." Lin Zhan's voice had yet to fade, only to see Yi Yuan nonchalantly spit a word out of his mouth. Heavenly Tao suddenly descended, locking Lin Zhan firmly. His gaze was incomparably shocked, wanting to speak, but was completely unable to move. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword formation suddenly arose. Russ. H.I. plussing over towards Lin Zhan. In a breath, Lin Zhan was diced into pieces. His source power had yet to be put to good use, and he was already slain by Yi Yuan. Unimaginably fast. "Since you're in such a hurry to go back to the city, then this Yi will give you a ride then." Yi Yuan said coolly, but sadly, Lin Zhan already could not hear it anymore. Many runes entered Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan felt that his G.O.D. of war points suddenly increased by more than 2,000. Source powerhouses were indeed different. Their G.O.D. of war points was also very abundant. Lin Zhan could not hear it, but those powerhouses fighting over there felt this terrifying Heavenly Tao undulation already. Heavenly Tao true word. This kid actually knows Heavenly Tao true word. What he mobilized should be time law. To be able to mobilize a Heavenly Tao true word that's of the 2 great supreme laws, too terrifying. Also, that sword formation, 2 great powers of source. My G.O.D., just what kind of freak is this kid? Not just Jiang, should they all, Heaven Mandarin, and Earth Duck, 2 people were also astounded. They thought that the sword formation was already Yi Yuan's final trump card. Did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had such a heaven-defying ace in the hole that was not used. If Yi Yuan flashed this trump card, killing the 2 of them husband and wife just now would be effortless. After Yi Yuan killed Lin Zhan, he slowly walked over to this side and said coolly, "I originally came here to train, but there are always some people who feel that they have too many G.O.D. of war points and insist on sending me some. Since that's the case, this Yi will kindly accept it." Not waiting for Jiangja and the rest to react either, the moment Yi Yuan's sword formation rose, he joined right in the battle. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck's combat power was actually higher than these source powerhouses. Yi Yuan was able to fight to a draw with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, but his strength was actually much stronger than them individually. Immobilize! Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly using time freeze, immobilizing Jiangja firmly there. Jiangja was long prepared, the source power in his body surging wildly, attempting to break through time freeze. Additionally, another 3 people saw that the situation was not good and rushed right at Yi Yuan, attempting to stop him. Yi Yuan's sword formation revolved crazily, hurting one of them in a blink of an eye. With the combination of 2 great powers of source, Yi Yuan's combat power was much stronger than ordinary source powerhouses. The only thing that he was at a disadvantage in was cultivation realm. In the fight with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck previously, He did not use his full strength either. At this time, he was truly enraged and went all out, hurting one of the source powerhouses in a twinkle. Under Jiang's frenzied assault, time freeze was finally burst through. But he also broke out in cold sweat from shock. This move was really impossible to guard against. Unless one's strength reached the seventh firmament, Heavenly Emperor realm. Otherwise, there was no way to fight with this kid at all. With Yi Yuan joining the battle, the situation on both sides suddenly turned around. The 7 people diverted more than half of their power to deal with Yi Yuan, while the other 3 also started struggling in straightened circuit stances under the teaming up of Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. Originally, the 8 people came in a threatening manner. At this time, they were actually devastated until their helmets and coats of mail were lost. Yi Yuan fought 4 people by himself, even firmly suppressing his opponents in terms of momentum. At that time, Yi Yuan fought more than 20 divine race powerhouses alone in Cloud Heart Realm. The formidable aspect of the sword formation was this. When in a group battle, the power of the sword formation could be amplified infinitely. In terms of strength, the strengths of source powerhouses were much stronger than those abyss monsters. But no matter how strong, it also would not be stronger than those 20 people. Now, Yi Yuan exchanged for 12 peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures and 48 initial rank Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures. The power of the sword formation was more than a level stronger than back then. Therefore, there was more than enough to spare for him to deal with these people. The more Jiangxia and the others fought, the more alarmed they got. Originally, when this second firmament Heavenly Emperor was standing here, they thought that he was just a rookie. Who knew that this kid was actually even stronger than Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck teaming up? They kicked an iron plate. Leave. Jiangxia saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. The others saw the outcome too and fled one after another. If a source powerhouse wanted to leave, body could keep them behind. However, Yi Yuan just smiled coldly, his figure immediately melting into the void. Immobilize. Jiangxia's figure suddenly froze in the void. Chapter 2346, Time Law Fragments. Chapter 2346, Time Law Fragments. Jiangxia's pupils constricted, his eyes full of horror. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's spatial law was actually so formidable, catching up to him in a blink of an eye. Puchi, sword light flashed. Jiangxia was directly killed. Following that, Yi Yuan took another step out and caught up to another source powerhouse. Once these few people's strength was scattered, how could they be Yi Yuan's match? Yi Yuan killed 4 people in a row like chopping vegetables, while the other 3 people were tied down by Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, and they were unable to get away for some time. Yi Yuan rushed back again and slew the 3 people together with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. 8 great source powerhouses. There was actually not a single one who escaped. In Cloudade City, Jiangxia and the rest had lingering fear in their hearts, having horrified expressions on their faces. Really, I am unlucky to actually encounter such a freakish brat. Jiangxia had a grim look as he said. A source powerhouse said with a bitter smile, "Where did this kid pop out from? He's also too monstrous, right? Other people spend their entire lives and only comprehend one power of source. But he's too talented. One person comprehended 2. That's not all. He even comprehended spatial law to such a high boundary, and even comprehended Heavenly Tao true word." Looking at his expression, it was obvious he suffered a tremendous blow. Even though they gathered 8 source powerhouses were also extremely rare existences among the unpredictable children. They could be said to be geniuses among geniuses, monsters among monsters. However, these geniuses, monsters, all became dim and full under Yi Yuan's light. D-A-M, and it really stepped on dog S. H-I plus T when we went out. This kid's strength can probably already rank in the top 4,000. It's also that his cultivation realm is too low. Otherwise, even a S salting the G. O D of War Golden List is also nothing difficult. Lin Zhan said unhappily, G. O D of War Golden List, it was released once every 100 years. This list only tabulated the unpredictable children within the top 3,000. Only people whose G. O D of War points ranked in the top 3,000 had the qualifications to be tallied in. The unpredictable children who could enter the G. O D of War Golden List, each one was an expert among experts, a genius among geniuses. However, this so-called G. O D of War Golden List was just Cloudade City's sublist. Forget it. When we see this kid in the future, directly make a detour, encounter the Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, also directly make a detour. Can't provoke, we can avoid. Jiang just said, helplessly. Killing 8 source powerhouses in one breath, Yi Yuan's G. O D of War points soared crazily and broke through 5,000 points very soon. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck husband and wife 2 people were also stunned. They said to protect Yi Yuan inside this Sun-Moon Canyon. In the end, it was Yi Yuan who saved them. When Yi Yuan was fighting with them before, he did not even take out half of his strength. Otherwise, the result would be totally different. Young friend Yi, it was us husband and wife 2 people who didn't know what's good for us. This time, thank you very much for lending a helping hand. We're definitely becoming friends with young friend Yi. After going to the real world in the future, you must come and find the 2 of us to play, Heaven Mandarin said. Although the 2 of their personalities were peculiar, they were not unable to tell what was good for them. Yi Yuan clearly did not want to stoop to their level. If they went from bad to worse, that would not be good. The 2 of them did provoke many powerful enemies, but it was also not like they provoked everyone. Otherwise, they would have long kicked the bucket. Yi Yuan smiled and said, definitely, this Yi still has to go cultivate, and will take my leave here. Bidding farewell to the 2, Yi Yuan headed toward the depths of Sun-Moon Canyon. In the dense woods, a lion-shaped fierce beast came out with a roar. A battle Xian beast. Yi Yuan found intel about this fierce beast from the information. This battle Xian beast's strength was very strong and not weaker than source powerhouses. What was even more terrifying was that this battle Xian beast was able to control time law, extremely hard to deal with. Yi Yuan expended some effort before killing it too, killing such a powerful fierce beast, and I only got 3 G. O D of War points. Looks like the G. O D of War points obtained from Jiang. Sure, they all were too many. MN, what's this? Yi Yuan was currently lamenting about the G. O D of War points when suddenly he discovered that some mysterious and profound thing entered his body. That's law fragment, a fragment of time law. Unfortunately, there are too few law fragments. I'm unable to comprehend them at all. Yi Yuan identified what this thing was very quickly and could not help being very excited. But very soon he felt dejected. This law fragment was too small, it was simply impossible to be comprehended. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said, I wonder if the time laws in all of the battle Xian beasts are the same or not. If they are not the same, then can one piece together a complete time law? Getting to work at once, he started searching for battle Xian beasts to proceed with hunting. Battle Xian beasts were very rare, but one could always encounter them. After more than 10 days, Yi Yuan hunted another battle Xian beast. Then he became incomparably excited. It was because these two extremely tiny time fragments really merged together. Excellent. This way, as long as I continue hunting battle Shin beasts, I can always piece together a small piece of time law. Yi Yuan said excitedly. Feeling the flow of time here, Yi Yuan became very covetous of time law. He did not expect that there was really an opportunity to comprehend it. Time law was very vague and insubstantial, but this small fragment was different. It was tantamount to a reification of the power of law and could let martial artists directly view the mysteries of time law. Of course, even so, wanting to comprehend time law was still as hard as ascending to heaven. After all, this was the heaven-span world's hardest law to comprehend, not one of. Even spatial law still had some disparity in front of time law. Yi Yuan finally understood why there were so many source powerhouses here. Looks like these geniuses obtained the other party's law fragments after hunting fierce beasts, which allowed them to break through the shackle, reaching the realm of source. Yi Yuan previously still found it strange. The source powerhouses here were a little too many. Starting from today, hunt battle Shen beasts. Yi Yuan immediately decided, arriving at the primeval war realm. Even if he did not gain anything, merely a time law was also worth it. However, Yi Yuan discovered very soon that the number of battle Shen beasts was seriously too few. His efficiency of hunting was too low. Hence, he simply returned to Cloudade City and released a mission. As long as someone could provide intel about battle Shin beasts, after confirming it, he would give the other party 100 GOD of war points. Very soon, the entire Cloudade City knew that Yi Yuan was hunting battle Shin beasts. But what followed was everyone's ridiculing. Truly a fool who overestimates his own ability. Does he really think that time law is so easy to comprehend? This kid actually released such a mission. What a moron. Who does he think he is? Something that even Wan Jin doesn't dare to touch. He dares to touch too. I heard that Wan Jin pieced together a whole piece of time law at that time and gained nothing after comprehending for several decades. In the end, he still gave up. This kid is also thinking too highly of himself. The Wan Jin everyone talked about was the number one major power on the GOD of War Golden List rankings. To be able to rank first on the GOD of War Golden List, his talent could be imagined. But even such talent also ended in failure. So what did Yi Yuan count as? Chapter 2347, Golden List Powerhouse. Chapter 2347, Golden List Powerhouse. Young Frenji, are you still persisting? Do you know that you've already become Cloudade City's laughingstock? Do you know what they are saying about you behind your back? Especially Jiangzhe, what he says is very unpleasant. Earth Duck urged painstakingly. For 3 years, Yi Yuan had been persistently collecting time law fragments all this while. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck husband and wife naturally also knew about this news. Hence, they wanted to persuade him to dispel this idea. But Yi Yuan was very stubborn. To seniors, Yi Yuan's mind is made up. You don't need to persuade me any longer, Yi Yuan said smilingly. These 3 years, Yi Yuan practically did not go out to train. The majority of the time was staying in Cloudade City to wait for news. As long as he received the news, he would head to the wilderness to hunt battle Shen beasts. However, it was also not without gains. Every once in a while, he would go out to hunt for a period of time. Primeval war, realms heaven, and earth's spiritual energy was extremely rich. In a short 3 years' time, Yi Yuan's realm already closed in on peak initial stage world realm. This time, he just received the news that a battle Shen Beast King appeared in Long River Forest. Yi Yuan was just planning on going out of the city to hunt. Battle Shen Beast Kings were very powerful. Their realm comparable to peak 6th firmament Heavenly Emperor, but their combat strength was far greater than that. More importantly, the time law of Battle Xian Beast Kings was very strong. Ordinary martial artists could not beat them at all. Yi Yuan's current time law fragment was only left with the last tiny bit. After hunting this Battle Xian Beast King, his time law piece should be able to be pieced together. Hence, he did not hesitate in the slightest, directly getting ready and setting off. Yi Yuan did not care about G, O, D of war points ranking at all. The G, O, D of war points that he hunted these few years was practically all exchanged for Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures apart from using to issue missions. Presently, Yi Yuan's sword formation was already replaced with Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. The power of the sword formation was virtually unstoppable. Seeing Yi Yuan's departing back view, Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This babe, it's true that his talent is high, but he's too stubborn. Earth Duck said. Heaven Mandarin nodded and said, yeah, this kid is a character who's hopelessly headstrong. We can't persuade him. Hoo-hoo, our genius went out to hunt Battle Xian beasts again. TSK. After he comprehends time law, he'll definitely sweep across the entire primeval war realm. Remarkable. From the back came Jiang's ridiculing laughter. Another person burst into laughter as he said, does this fool want to use this kind of method to prove that his talent is stronger than Wan Zhen? I only want to say that, very stupid and very naive. Ha ha ha. Similar ridicules. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck already heard too much. Either way, Yi Yuan's affairs had long already become the topic of ridicule for everyone after their meals. The two of them also could not be bothered to care, so they just snorted coldly and directly left. Leaving Cloudade City, Yi Yuan sprinted straight for Long River Forest. Long River Forest's fierce beasts were extremely powerful. There were also a lot of powerhouses here. Yi Yuan arrived at the location of the intel and started searching for the whereabouts of the Battle Xian Beast King. Roar! After a bout of searching, Yi Yuan finally discovered traces of the Battle Xian Beast King. He looked overjoyed and stepped forward Brandis. Plussing his sword. The Battle Xian Beast King was well deserving of being Beast King level. Just his figure was twice as large as an ordinary Battle Xian Beast. The moment Yi Yuan approached its surroundings, he immediately felt like he had fallen into a time quagmire. Roar! When the Battle Xian Beast King saw a human, it pounced over crazily. Foul beast, you dare? Yi Yuan bellowed, spatial law and sword formation suddenly operating. Two great powers of source surged frenziedly in the quagmire of time law, attempting to cause trouble for the Battle Xian Beast King. However, Yi Yuan really met his match this time. Time law's power greatly exceeded his imagination. His sword formation operated very strenuously. His divine essence and soul force expenditure was practically several times the usual, but the efficiency was less than half of the usual. Coupled with that he was several minor realms lower than the Battle Xian Beast King, Yi Yuan virtually fell into a hard fight in an instant. Right when Yi Yuan fell into a tough battle, on top of the treetops of a distant forest, a middle-aged man in a sky-blue long robe was standing on top, his hands behind his back, currently watching the battle over there from a distance. Hee, what an ignorant little fellow, to actually really want to comprehend time law. Wan Zhen, are you afraid that he will beat you? Suddenly, another figure appeared on a treetop, not far from the middle-aged man in a blue robe. This person had a beautiful face. If not for his Adam's apple, probably everyone would think that he was a stunningly beautiful woman. But his face made many peerless beauties feel ashamed of their unworthiness. This middle-aged man in a blue robe was actually Cloudade City's #1 person, Wan Zhen. Wan Zhen's face had no joy nor sorrow. His eyes never left Yi Yuan. He just said coolly, "Zhang Lian, you're thinking too much. If he can really comprehend time law, I'll be happy for him." Zhang Lian. If somebody was here, they would discover to their surprise that this beautiful man was actually Zhang Lian, who was ranked second on the D of War Golden List. Cloudade City's #1 person and #2 person actually appeared in Long River Forest at the same time, in order to watch Yi Yuan fight. Zhang Lian revealed a look of resentment and said with a grin, "You this person, your words don't match what's in your heart." Wan Zhen had a deep gaze as he said coolly, "Primeval War Realms training is nothing more than a game. That's all. The human race is imperiled. With Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets opening up the Primeval War Realm, it's in order to let us increase our cultivation as soon as possible and fight for the human race. At this time, the more the human race's powerhouses and the stronger, the happier I naturally am. Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? If the divine race is really going to attack Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' side, I'm afraid that the first batch they are going to kill is us, these so-called geniuses." Zhang Lian did not think that Wan Zhen would actually say such a thing. He and Wan Zhen had fought for 100 years. The two had always found it hard to determine the victor. It could be said that he was Wan Zhen's only opponent. However, his considerations were just inside this primeval war realm. Zhang Lian never thought that Wan Zhen was actually considering the matter of the doomsday battle. He frowned and said, "Is the divine race really so powerful?" "They will only be more powerful than you imagine. The Heavenspan world's former overlord, the existence that towered above all life, how could it be a trifling matter?" Wan Zhen said. Zhang Lian was silent. After a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "That kid is going to die." But Wan Zhen said coolly, "The Battle Xian Beast King is going to die. TCH, under time law, it's hard for you and me to escape too, let alone this brat." Zhang Lian said with a look of disbelief. Wan Zhen seemed to be very confident in Yi Yuan and said coolly, "He knows time law too." An incomparably shocked expression suddenly showed on Zhang Lian's stunning face, and he said, "How is that possible?" Wan Zhen said indifferently, "Your understanding of him is too little. Immobilize." Right then, this word seemed to pierce the void, drawing down the paramount heavenly Tao. A powerful and unmatched power of heavenly Tao suddenly descended in the dense forest. Feeling the undulation of the power of heavenly Tao, Zhang Lian's shock could not be any greater. It turned out that the time law Wan Zhen was referring to was this, but very clearly the power of heavenly Tao that heavenly Tao true word induced was even stronger than the Battle Xian Beast King's power of law. Time suddenly solidified. Chapter 2348, Comprehending Time Law. Chapter 2348, Comprehending Time Law really died. What a powerful heavenly Tao true word. Zhang Lian was full of disbelief. On that beautiful face, it was full of shock. Under heavenly Tao true word, the Battle Xian Beast King was annihilated by Yi Yuan just like that. He was merely just feeling the power of time law, just now. That's why he would get into a dogfight with the Battle Xian Beast King. If he really took action, he would have long since slain the Battle Xian Beast King. Wan Zhen said. Zhang Lian was already speechless. He had been observing Yi Yuan the entire time just now and knew that Yi Yuan's talent could not be underestimated. But he did not think that Yi Yuan still had such heaven-defying means. A freak, truly a little freak. This boy's talent is too terrifying. If not for his cultivation realm being lacking, you and I are likely not his match anymore. Zhang Lian exclaimed. He finally somewhat understood now why Wan Zhen would specially come to see Yi Yuan. This kid would become the most threatening person to them. Two fellow Taoists have watched for so long. Aren't you showing yourselves yet? Right at this time, a voice came over leisurely. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Zhang Lian was taken aback again and said, "How did this boy know that we were spying on him? How could he know that Yi Yuan could even detect Heavenly Emperor profound secret spying, let alone them?" Wan Zhen was not too surprised and said indifferently, "Since we're discovered, go over and meet him then." Hearing Wan Zhen, two people report their names. Yi Yuan was a little surprised too. He had never heard of Zhang Lian before, but Wan Zhen's great name, he already heard no idea how many times these few years that his ears already grew calluses. These few years he was constantly being compared to Wan Zhen, not wanting to know, also he could not do it. Wan Zhen's great name was resounding like the roar of thunder to Yi Yuan. But upon meeting today, the other party gave him an unfathomable feeling. Cloudade City's #1 was indeed not boasted out. "This one has paid attention to you for a long time already," Wan Zhen said straightforwardly. Yi Yuan was taken aback, then immediately smiled and said, "Does Brother One hope for this Yi to comprehend time law, or to fail?" Wan Zhen thought about it and said, "Both, I guess." Yi Yuan was taken aback and said with a nod, "Brother One is very honest. However, Brother One actually hopes that I can comprehend it. This makes this Yi a little surprised." The impression that this Wan Zhen gave Yi Yuan was pretty good. At least, he was not condescending like other geniuses. Furthermore, he was very candid. The meaning of both was hoping and also not hoping. As the #1 genius, something that even he could not do, but others achieved it. It was hard for him to avoid feeling uncomfortable in his heart. This was human nature. Yi Yuan could understand it. If it were him, he would similarly inevitably feel dejected in his heart. But while dejection was dejection, he would not be jealous of the other party with the heart of a despicable villain. Very clearly, Wan Zhen was also such a person. As for the reason that he hoped for it, Yi Yuan was rather curious. The human race needs a leader who can contend with the divine race. Wan Zhen said coolly, "I didn't expect that Brother Wan is actually concerned about the overall situation. This he admires." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, These two people were chatting ardently, giving Zhang Lian the cold shoulder, making him feel like he became an outsider. "Brat, your spatial law is so strong. Even if you want to become the human race's leader, you should also push spatial law to the level of source first. You're biting off more than one can chew like this. Furthermore, you wouldn't really think that time law is so easy to comprehend, right? Wan Zhen, this guy's talent isn't ordinary." Zhang Lian suddenly spoke up. When Wan Zhen heard this, he also said curiously, "What Zhang Lian says makes sense. With your intelligence, you shouldn't do such an irrational thing. Hence, this one is also very curious why you'd insist on comprehending time law." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This Yi naturally has my own reasons. If I succeed, the two of you will naturally know in the future. If I don't succeed, it's useless to talk about it." He wanted to increase the human race's alchemy path strength with time law. This was a sudden inspiration. Whether or not it could be realized was still hard to say. He was not willing to take it out to get laughed at. As long as he said it, these two would definitely turn their noses up in disdain and ask him to stop dreaming. But Wan Zhen's gaze flickered, and he said, "Looks like what Brother Yi is planning isn't minor. Then this one will wish Brother Yi speedy success." After that day, Yi Yuan found a secluded place and laid down many large formations. Then he hid inside himself to comprehend time law. This small piece of time law was also just a segment of time law, but this segment was already sufficient for Yi Yuan to comprehend. Time law was extensive and profound, extremely fleeting and ephemeral. To the vast majority of martial artists, time was just a concept. There was no way to get started at all. Where time was, how it operated, and how to measure it, there was no way to ascertain. Even though Yi Yuan was considered to have learned the rudiments, it was also just a trace of sense from the unseen world. There was no way to get started with comprehending at all. This small piece of law fragment was actually a key. How to use this key to open time law this door was the question that Yi Yuan needed to comprehend. When he started comprehending the law fragment, he finally experienced the terror of time law. That sort of feeling was like dredging for a needle in the sea, wanting to find an embroidery needle in the vast ocean. How difficult was that? When he comprehended spatial law back then, that was because his sword Dao reached the level of drawing parallels from inference and coincidentally triggered spatial law. Yi Yuan could continuously comprehend spatial law through sword Dao, but time law was completely independent. There wasn't the slightest area to do things in an irregular manner or be opportunistic. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan's comprehension of the power of laws was still smooth sailing compared to other martial artists. But this time, he really ran into a problem. Time slowly trickled by. The seasons changed. Spring left, and autumn came. In a blink, it was already 100 years later. On this day, it was the day where the G-O-D of War Golden List was announced again. The entire primeval war realm was astir. Don't have that kid in the list. It looks like he's still comprehending time law. What did I say? How can time law be so easy to comprehend? Zhang Lian found Wang Zhen and said disdainfully. Wang Zhen nodded and said, "Looks like I overestimated his talent a little. Time law is too difficult. Even if he touches heavenly Dao, it's likely very hard to transform it into his own Dao too." Heavenly Dao, true word, touched heavenly Dao, its power boundless. But that was just guiding heavenly Dao for their own use and not grasping the way to utilize time law. He was interested in Yi Yuan precisely because of heavenly Dao, true word. Looking at it now, he had indeed somewhat overestimated Yi Yuan. After that kid returns, he'll likely become the entire Cloudade city's laughingstock, Zhang Lian said with a smile. Wang Zhen gave him a glance and said, "Coolly, do you think that Yi Yuan will mind? He's someone with great willpower. So, how can he possibly care about what other people think?" Time flew like a shuttle. In a twinkle, another 200 years said. But merely 3 years had said in the outside world. But in profound secrets, heavenly capital, a mocking voice came over. An old man said with a disdainful look, "Profound secrets, this is the human race's hope that you talked about." 3 consecutive seasons of G-O-D of War Golden List, he didn't even enter the top 3,000. If the human race were to rely on him, wouldn't we all be dragged into the ditch? Chapter 2349, Yi Yuan Returns. Chapter 2349, Yi Yuan Returns. I know about that kid you're talking about. Isn't he that ancestor of alchemy Dao who has been in the limelight recently? After the alchemy path declined, no one can lift up the big banner anymore. A bunch of ignorant fellows, they are playing very enthusiastically by themselves. There's not the least bit of help with regards to the overall situation at all. I know about Cloud Heart Realms matters. This kid's talent is indeed pretty good, but unfortunately, he still can't stir up any waves among these unpredictable children. Speaking of which, I still feel more optimistic about Xiao Qingsong, Huan Lin, Pang Zhan, and Wang Zhen. They all, when they come out this time, they might become our human race's main pillars. The few old men looked at the newest release of G-O-D of War Golden List, all revealing looks of disdain. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was silent by the side, also not knowing what he was thinking about. However, being able to talk in front of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets like this, these people present were naturally all the human, demon, and fiend races' top major powers. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue Taoist robe suddenly said to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, "Profound Secrets, you take every conceivable possibility into account, but this time you probably miscalculated. This boy isn't worth our grooming." There was a lightning mark at the glabella area of the blue-robed, middle-aged man. There was no overly powerful aura on his body, but in his eyes, it was as if it was a vast sea of lightning. Inside, a powerful to the extreme aura faintly exuded, extremely terrifying. That look seemed to be able to destroy the world. This was the incomparably mysterious Tao ancestor lightning. His words could be said to hold tremendous weight. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets selecting the human race geniuses. It was impossible for Tao ancestors to not pay the slightest attention. To them, the doomsday battle this time was similarly a life and death trial. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets just said coolly, "This old man absolutely won't be wrong in judging people. Lightning, I know that you harbor selfish motives, but with this old man's experience, Pangjin can't succeed your position as Tao Ancestor Lightning." During the primeval war realm struggle this time, the various major sovereigns all had progenies who were selected, the fifth blight progenitors present, as well as Lightning, this spokesperson of the Tao ancestors, all hoped that their offspring could obtain the final victory. The Pangjin that Profound Secrets spoke of was precisely Tao ancestor Lightning's descendant. This Pangjin was of the innate lightning Tao body. His comprehension of lightning law and his talent were extremely terrifying. Before entering the primeval war realm, he already comprehended the power of Source, and his combat power was unparalleled. Profound Secrets, can't you say something nicer sounding? Tao Ancestor Lightning said in a solemn voice. Everyone felt terrified. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets actually said that Tao Ancestor Lightning harbored selfish motives to his face. To dare talk to Tao Ancestor Lightning like this, there was probably only Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets alone. Profound Secrets said coolly, "This old man is just discussing the matter as it is. The few of you Tao ancestors want to continue your glory. But first of all, the human race can't fall. Concerning this point, this old man hopes that you guys are clear. Therefore, the battle of geniuses this time, strength determines everything." Lightning sneered and said, "What a joke! With Pangjin's strength, can he still lose to a second firmament Heavenly Emperor brat?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets just smiled faintly and said, "Then let's wait and see." In the primeval war realm, 100 years said after 100 years. In a blink, it had already been more than 800 years. After more than 800 years, the Compet, one tie-in of the D of War Golden list also became increasingly intense. 100 cities, only the D of War Golden list's top 10 had the qualifications to win in the end and enter the Temple of ODS to accept the legacies. This was Lucky chance. For each city, the Compet, one tie-in for the top 10 was abnormally fierce. Each time the D of War Golden list was released, the changes of the top 10 would be huge. Of course, there were also some powerhouses who stood out among the rest. They sat firmly in the top spot. Their status could not be shaken by anyone, such as Wanjun, such as Pangjin, so on and so forth. These unpredictable children, in this close to 1,000 years, their improvement was so great that it was simply hard to imagine. Their strength already reached an inconceivable height, except among these people, Yi Yuan seemed to have vanished. Even those guys who had once ridiculed him before, they already forgotten about his existence. The last 10 years. Looks like Yi Yuan, that kid really failed. Wang Zhen's words revealed a thick disappointment. Time law was too difficult. With his talent, he was unable to comprehend it. Primeval war, realms cultivation was too hard to come across to them. These unpredictable children. Yi Yuan spent all of his time on this kind of unrealistic action. It was equivalent to wasting this rare opportunity. Wang Zhen felt that it was too much of a shame. It's that kid's own choice. Who can it be blamed on? We all urged him back then, but he wouldn't listen at all. In this primeval war realm, how many have the talent that Serpa SES yours? Moreover, even if their talent Serpa SES yours, can they comprehend time law? Zhang Lian said disdainfully. Forget it, not talking about him anymore. In the last 10 years, the D of War Golden List is announced once every year. I plan on going to the Myriad Beast battle plane to train. Are you going? Wanjin said. In Cloudade City, the only one who could pose a threat to him was Zhang Lian. Toward this opponent, Wanjin still regarded him very highly. Zhang Lian smiled brightly, his looks able to topple kingdoms, and said, That's of course. This is my only chance to Serpa SU, so how can I not give it a shot? Wanjin nodded and said, Okay, set off together. Myriad Beast battle plane was the most dangerous place within Cloudade City's territory. The fierce beasts there were not only huge in numbers, furthermore, each one was extremely powerful. Even with Wang Zhen's current strength, he also did not have confidence in coming out alive. Actually, not just them. The unpredictable children ranked in the top 50 would probably all choose the Myriad Beast battle plane as the final land of trial, because this was their last chance. But not long after they left, a youth in white robes slowly entered Cloudade City. Yo, isn't this our son of time? Spent more than 800 years, came back after comprehending time law? My heavens, impressive! The last 10 years, is our son of time going to defy the heavens? TSK, what a shame, the disparity is too great. That might not be it. He grasped time law. So his strength is definitely Cloudade City's #1 already. 10 years is sufficient for him to charge for first place. Ha ha ha. Upon entering the city, Yi Yuan heard a series of harsh ridicules. No one else, they were precisely Jiangzhe and company, as a source powerhouse. Jiangzhe's improvement in strength these few years was extremely terrifying too. His ranking already ranked around 2,000, becoming a golden list powerhouse. Even though it was very hard to obtain D of War points, after more than 900 years of ACCU, mulation the current D of War Golden List's D of War points was already an extremely horrifying number, especially those like Wang Zhen, their D of War points was unimaginably high. Salting the top 10 in 10 years' time was simply something impossible. Yi Yuan did not care about Jiangzhe's mocking. He walked straight to Spirit Treasure Hall. It was still Redleaf. It was just that Cirque stances already changed with the Sing of Time. Sir, Yi hasn't come for very long already. What are you buying this time? Redleaf said smilingly, Jade True Swords, 1,000 of them. Yi Yuan said coolly, Chapter 2350, Entering the God of War Golden List. Chapter 2350, Entering the D of War Golden List. Redleaf did not know when Yi Yuan left, her entire person was still in a dazed state. The price of one Jade True Sword was 300 over points. 1,000 over was more than 300,000. Yi Yuan paid close to 400,000 D of war points in one go, and he purchased more than 1,000 jade true swords. This was really a huge splurge. This young man who had already disappeared for close to 890 years and had never appeared on the G. D of war points. Where did he get so many G? D of war points. One had to know having 300,000 G. D of war points was already sufficient to rank in the top 1,000. The G. D of war golden lists ranking. The closer to the front, the greater the difference in G. D of war points. Just like Wan Zhan, who was in the first place currently, his G. D of war points reached more than 3 million. This was an extremely terrifying number, a figure that made virtually all of the unpredictable children feel despair. The only one who could threaten him was only Zhang Lian. But even Zhang Lian currently only had over 2. For million, this was a full 500,000 over G. D of war points worse than Wan Zhan. The G. D of war points in the top 10 of the G. D of war golden list were basically all above 1 million too. Existences like Wan Zhan had never died before since entering the primeval war realm until now. 900 over years of ACCU. Mulation, that was no joke. Actually, Yi Yuan had merely only come out for 3 years. These 3 years' time, he was hunting fierce beasts in the myriad beast battle plane. Several hundred years of gaining enlightenment on Dao, Yi Yuan's realm already broke through to middle stage world realm. If let others know that Yi Yuan obtained 400,000 G, D of war points in a short 3 years, they would definitely be astounded with amazement. This efficiency was simply too terrifying. The myriad beast battle plane was a place that even the likes of Wan Zhan and Zhang Lian did not dare to easily step foot into. Our son of time is going out of the city to earn points? Ha ha ha. Having comprehended time law, you must be very formidable, right? Is 10 years time enough? Impressive. Our son of time is going to counterattack. With 3 million over points, you can definitely enter the top 10. Buck up. Son of time, 10 years is enough. It can be used as 1,000 years. Yi Yuan went out of the city. It was all taunting voices everywhere around him. With regards to him, such a weird existence, everyone naturally turned their noses up in scorn. Everyone entered in order to improve themselves and fight for the qualifications to enter the top 10. But Yi Yuan was good to actually waste all of his time on time law. There were still 10 years now. He suddenly ran out to earn G. D of war points. It really made people laugh their heads off. As for time law, and body thought that Yi Yuan comprehended it at all. Wanna comprehend? He would have long comprehended it. Yet, he comprehended it when it was about to end. After leaving the city, Yi Yuan returned to the myriad beast battle plane once more. 1,000 peak heavenly emperor spirit treasures. Under Yi Yuan's control, how powerful was its might? Yi Yuan already obtained 400,000 points here, without these heavenly emperor spirit treasures, let alone now. After arriving at the myriad beast battle plane, Yi Yuan started his crazy plan for earning points. There were very few people in the myriad beast battle plane. Those who dared to come here were mostly extremely strong, so not many people noticed Yi Yuan's existence. If somebody was here, they would discover that the flow of time around Yi Yuan was currently quietly changing. The moment those fierce beasts entered a certain range, it was like they had fallen into a quagmire, allowing Yi Yuan to do as he pleased. That was precisely the sign of time law. Yi Yuan was able to earn G. D of war points so quickly in the myriad beast battle plane precisely because of time law. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan wasted these few centuries. Who could have expected that he really comprehended time law? With regards to the comprehension of time law, Yi Yuan had an advantage that no one else had. He already learned the rudiments of time law to begin with, coupled with heavenly Tao true word. Yi Yuan was not absolutely ignorant about time law. But even so, time law was still the power of law that he spent the most time on so far. Around roughly 400 years, Yi Yuan finally opened this door and started comprehending the law fragment. However, it was not smooth sailing for Yi Yuan when he was comprehending time law. In the 400 years after that, only then did he slowly digest this small piece of time law, using close to 900 years' time to go and comprehend a power of law. This was something that Yi Yuan had never encountered before. It could be seen how great the difficulty of time law was. There were indeed many unpredictable children in the primeval war realm, but in terms of comprehension ability, none was superior to him, regardless of the power of law. Yi Yuan was the first to advocate it, comprehending the chaos heavenspan canon, this heaven-defying existence of a cultivation method. It was impossible for the likes of Wan Zhan and Pang Zhan to be stronger than him too. No matter how powerful these geniuses were, their cultivation time was also several times, even several dozen times, several hundred times of Yi Yuan's. But Yi Yuan used such a short time and comprehended a law that was even stronger than theirs. Who was stronger and who was weaker was clear at a glance. However, comprehending this small piece of time law fragment, Yi Yuan's application of time law was only at the degree of 1 to 5 as well. Right now, he could speed up the surrounding flow of time by 5 times, or reduce it by 5 times. Although it was only this, Yi Yuan's improvement in strength was far more than that. His sword Dao source, formation Dao source, plus spatial law were incomparably swift and fierce in the first place. Now, with the addition of the application of the speeding up and slowing down of time, the variations of his means would become even harder to ascertain. When facing the enemy, his combat power would be even more terrifying. It was also precisely so that Yi Yuan could be like fish in water in the powerful myriad beast battle plane. Very soon, the G.O.D. of War Golden List was released once more. Because the time Yi Yuan returned to the city was only less than a year, he still did not make the list this time. This way, it attracted even more mockery. Close to 1,000 years of ACCU, mulation wanting to enter the rank of top 3,000 now, roughly requiring only 100,000 G.O.D. of war points. Yi Yuan merely entered the myriad beast battle plane for 4 to 5 months' time. It was naturally impossible to attain so many G.O.D. of war points. However, it was already very close to. Hoo-hoo, only 9 years left. This guy didn't even make the top 3,000. What a joke. Jiangzhe looked at the G.O.D. of War Golden List and mocked. After 9 years, I really want to take a look at his expression. This guy will be the laughingstock of the entire heavenspan world. Lin Zhan also said with a snicker. Very soon, another year Pa-S said. This time, Jiangzhe could not laugh anymore. My eyes aren't failing, right? This 1 year's time, he earned more than 100,000 G.O.D. of war points? It's too fake. Jiangzhe looked at the name on the G.O.D. of War Golden List with a shocked expression on his face. Yi Yuan, 159,842 G.O.D. of War Points, ranked number 2745. This name finally made it onto the G.O.D. of War Golden List for the first time. Yi Yuan's name had long been resounding like the roar of thunder in Cloudade City. Everyone knew that there was such a fool who overestimated his own ability, spending all of his time on comprehending time law. Falling behind others by 990 years, how could it be possible to catch up within a short time? One had to know the powerhouses who entered the top 3,000 had gone through close to 1,000 years of ACCU mulation before obtaining 100,000 over G.O.D. Oh, D of War points. But Yi Yuan only used 1 year and entered the top 3,000? Chapter 2351. Reality Mercilessly Slapping Faces. Chapter 2351. Reality Mercilessly Slapping Faces. It's impossible, right? Why did Yi Yuan's chi? Oh, D of War points suddenly increased so much. This Yi Yuan wouldn't be that fool who was comprehending time law, right? He has never entered the G. Oh, D of War Golden list before. Heard that this kid's cultivation realm isn't high, but his combat strength is extremely formidable, having comprehended 2 kinds of power of laws. It's just that only focusing on strength now. Doesn't he feel that it's too late? In Cloudade City, everyone was discussing the Yi Yuan who just entered the G. Oh, D of War Golden list. There was no choice. He was the focal point to begin with. Now that he appeared in everyone's field of vision again, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Reaching the last 10 years, those ranked towards the back basically all did not have hope anymore. Each and every one of them was bored out of their minds, and they naturally had to look for topics of discussion. Very clearly, Yi Yuan was this sort of explosive figure. Hence, everyone paid more attention to him. Especially Jiangzhe and his group, they wished for Yi Yuan to risk his life and fail to enter the top 10 in the end. That way, they would be able to mock to their heart's content. On the wilderness, 2 figures were currently advancing swiftly. One was calm as a mountain, the other was so beautiful as to cause the flowers to blush and the moon to hide. These 2 were naturally the Wanzhen and Zhang Lian, who were training in the myriad beast battle plane. How strange. We walked so far, but why didn't we encounter a single fierce beast? According to past experiences, there should be even more fierce beasts here. Zhang Lian said with a puzzled look. Wanzhen's gaze was slightly sullen, and he frowned and said, "Could it be that it has already been cleaned up by someone before?" Impossible. The fierce beasts in this region are very powerful. Even if you and I enter, we'll have to be careful too. Once we fall into a heavy encirclement, it will be hard to escape death. In this Cloudade City, apart from you and me, who else has this ability? Zhang Lian immediately denied it. Wanzhen said, "What you said is right, but it's indeed a little strange. There seem to be some activities over there. Go over and take a look." His perception was very keen, faintly feeling that there seemed to be significant undulations very far in front. The 2 people's movement techniques were extremely fast. Russ. Plussing ahead very soon. Suddenly, the 2 were stunned by the scene before their eyes. In front of them was a sea of fierce beasts. There were at least several thousand fierce beasts roaring crazily. Russ. Plussing towards somewhere in the sea of beasts. These fierce beasts seemed to be triggered by something. All of them were like they went mad. 7th firmament and 8th firmament, heavenly emperor fierce beasts. Furthermore, it was even fierce beasts with extremely high comprehensions in laws. There were several thousand of them bellowing in the wilderness all at once. That scene was too shocking. In the sea of beasts, there seemed to be a figure that appeared from time to time. Unable to see clearly, those fierce beasts seemed to be losing their S. plus T at that person. The 2 people's complexions were somewhat pale. Those violent attacks made them somewhat shudder with fear. "Wanzhen, this scene, can you deal with it?" Zhang Lian swallowed his saliva and said. Wanzhen had a solemn look and shook his head and said, "We'll die beyond a doubt." Zhang Lian said, "You're the G? Oh, D of War Golden lists number 1. And I'm number 2. Even you and I can't handle it. Then who's in the sea of beasts?" Wanzhen was silent. It was true that they were strong, but facing such a horrifying beast horde, it was impossible for them to survive too. These fierce beasts were of different types. The laws comprehended were different. Some laws just happened to restrain your law, which would make martial artists very uncomfortable. Moreover, being besieged by so many fierce beasts, divine essence was a huge problem. The divine essence of heavenly emperor powerhouses was extremely vast, but their moves likewise consume a lot of divine essence. Facing so many fierce beasts, their divine essence consumption speed increased sharply. These two people killing all the way over, they at most faced the besiegement of 30+ fierce beasts. Several thousand fierce beasts, they did not dare to imagine it at all. Suddenly, Wan Zhen's pupils constricted. His gaze turned intent, and he sucked in a breath of cold air deeply. "Amen, what discovery did you make?" Zhang Lian said. Wan Zhen said, "Have you noticed that the fierce beasts around that figure, their tempo is completely different from the outer peripheral?" Zhang Lian focused his eyes and looked over, and discovered that it was really the case. Even though this range was not large, with his eyesight, he could naturally tell at a glance. Just now, it was because it was too shocking, resulting in overlooking this detail. It really is true. Zhang Lian was talking halfway, when suddenly his expression changed wildly, and he exclaimed, It wouldn't be him, right? This isn't possible." Wan Zhen's gaze became extremely solemn, and he said, "Who else is there beside him? Actually, you yourself already have that thought, right?" Zhang Lian said in shock, He really succeeded? But that's time law." A hint of melancholy suddenly flashed across Wan Zhen's face. Clearly, this conjecture made him feel somewhat of a loss. So what if time law, no matter how difficult it is, there's also someone who comprehended it? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets why can't he? It's a shame that there's no more time. Otherwise, I'd really want to comprehend time law, Wan Zhen said. It was not that he was unable to comprehend time law, but that time was too short. A short 1,000 years want to comprehend time law? This was simply something impossible. Wan Zhen believed that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets must have also gone through countless years to comprehend time law. As long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to comprehend time law, regardless of whether it was 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or hundreds of millions of years. But the divine race would not give him time. However, what he could not accomplish, Yi Yuan did it. He only used a short 1,000 years' time and comprehended the time law, which was known as the supreme law. This kind of talent was too terrifying. No, Yi Yuan came in 100 years later than them, which was also to say that Yi Yuan only used 800 over years and achieved this great feat. We were still mocking him for clinging on to it previously. Now, what irony! It turns out that it's our talent that's too lousy, rashly discussing about people's talent. Zhang Lian said with a bitter smile on his face, to be able to rank second in Cloudade City. It could be seen how confident he was in his own talent. One had to know those able to enter the primeval war realm were all unpredictable children, their talents extremely terrifying. And he and Wan Zhen were the strongest ones among these unpredictable children. They had sufficient reason to be proud. Hence, when Yi Yuan was persistent in wanting to comprehend time law, they were very disdainful in their hearts. The law that even they were unable to comprehend. What right did Yi Yuan have to comprehend it? Even if he could comprehend, it was also impossible within a short 1,000 years. Wan Zhen similarly smiled bitterly and said, It's not just you. Every single person in the city was jeering at him, laughing at his ignorance, laughing at his overestimation of his own ability. I previously also thought that this kind of mocking made sense. But now, reality slapped faces mercilessly. Comprehending time law, his gains from this trip to the primeval war realm is greater than any one of us. During these several hundred years, they felt that Yi Yuan's behavior was very naive. Knowing how to make one's choice was what defined a wise man, and only then could one achieve great things. Yi Yuan clearly did not know how to choose, but now Yi Yuan used action to tell them that they were wrong. The two looked from afar, just like that. They wanted to see how strong Yi Yuan, who comprehended time law, was. The more they watched, the more alarmed they got. Chapter 2352, Soaring. Chapter 2352, Soaring. How is he earning G? Oh, D of War points. It's simply S, and ATC Hing. Zhang Lian had a look of righteous indignation on his face, feeling that Yi Yuan's way of operating was very disgraceful. Amidst the sea of beasts, Yi Yuan relied on his powerful sword formation to kill his way in and out. The outcome was the place being akin to a no-man's land. Under the intertwining of time law and spatial law, it was very hard for the attacks of these fierce beasts to hurt Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan's sword formation could cause a fatal blow to these fierce beasts. Therefore, this scene seemed like a grand sight, but actually, Yi Yuan was as steady as Mount Tai. But Wan Shun's gaze was very solemn, and he said, although his realm isn't high, his strength is too formidable, being able to control 1,000-peak heavenly emperor spirit treasures. His soul force is simply fearsomely powerful. Also, the application of various laws is utterly brilliant too. This guy simply has no weaknesses to exploit. Zhang Lian looked toward Wan Zhen in surprise. He did not expect that the proud Wan Zhen actually had such a high appraisal of a person. But hearing Wan Zhen's lysis, he also felt that this guy was too monstrous. Ignoring other things, just controlling 1,000 swords, the might of his soul force could be rated as terrifying. Zhang Lian suddenly gave Wan Zhen a glance, his I plus mirroring with water as he said, at his rate, the two of our positions aren't safe. When Wan Zhen heard that, his expression could not help stiffening up. Leave. Wan Zhen's expression turned solemn, and he directly left. Who among these geniuses was not arrogant at heart and haughty in manner? Even if Yi Yuan's talent was stronger than theirs, they did not want to lose to Yi Yuan too. Before this, Wan Zhen, two people were still relatively relaxed, because there was already no one who could pose any threat to them. But now, when they saw Yi Yuan hunting fierce beasts with such high efficiency, the pressure increased sharply. After Yi Yuan finished dealing with this wave of fierce beasts, he would get thousands of D of War points no matter what. Another year said in a twinkle. It reached the day where the D of War Golden List was released again. Cloudade City immediately became lively. Early in the morning, it was already packed with people in front of Cloudade City's central square. Jiangzhe was shockingly there. Jiangzhe, do you think Yi Yuan, that brat, will enter the top 2,000 this time, or not? Lin Zhan asked Jiangzhe, do you really think that D of War points are cabbages? The higher the rank, the less the D of War points obtained from hunting fierce beasts. He already entered the ranks of 2,000 plus. Wanting to obtain a large batch of D of War points again, he'll have to hunt even more formidable fierce beasts. With his fourth firmament heavenly emperor strength, Jiang, she said firmly. Indeed, just a fool. Originally, he was pretty talented. Why did he have to go and comprehend whatever time law? Now, there are just the last few years left. Then he came out, wanting to compete for it again. How could there be such an easy thing? Yeah, if he succeeds like this, then wouldn't the primeval war realm's millions of geniuses become a joke? There were many people who agreed with Jiangzhe in the crowd. After all, Yi Yuan's way of doing things made many people feel inconceivable. He naturally became the object of ridicule too. Suddenly, a rift fissured apart in the void. An enormous golden book broke out of thin air. The book slowly unfolded. Everyone was BRIMMING with expectations. Very soon, the page of the book revealed the tip of the iceberg. A huge golden name appeared in front of everyone. First place, Wanzhan, 3,157,321 D of war points. Seeing this name, everyone had a look that it was only to be expected. Really impressive. 1 year's time, Wanzhan gained tens of thousands of D of war points again. Reaching his ranking, he can still rise several tens of thousands in 1 year. His strength is really formidable. His position of first place really doesn't have anyone who can shake it anymore. Zhang Lian won't cut it either. Although they had already been amazed many times when they saw Wanzhan's ranking in D of war points, everyone still could not resist exclaiming with amazement once more. For 1,000 years, Wanzhan already became a benchmark, becoming a phenomenon. From the first time the D of war golden list was released, Wanzhan had firmly occupied the first place. One had to know the first time that the D of war golden list was released, Wanzhan spent several decades time to go and comprehend time law. Later, when the D of war golden list was released the second time, Wanzhan already left people far behind in the dust, gradually shaking Zhang Lian off. Later, the gap between the two became wider and wider. The pages unfolded again, revealing the second place Zhang Lian. His D of war points also rose to more than 5 million. Further down, the third place dropped to 7 million all of a sudden. The gap grew wider and wider. Li Jin actually dropped out of the top 10. The tie-in for the top 10 is really getting more and more fierce. There's also Zhu Tian. He's already squeezed to 10th place. Those at the back are hot in pursuit. 8th place to 15th place. The gap isn't very big. If anyone breaks through in terms of comprehension, they will probably Serpa S very quickly. As the pages slowly unfolded, everyone's discussion became more and more heated. The golden names of the top 10 shone brilliantly and were many sizes larger than the other people's names. Further back, there was actually not much viewing value anymore. Even though there were some fluctuations in ranking not entering the top 10, everything was futile. However, there was another name that everyone was very concerned about, which was Yi Yuan. The last time the D of war golden list was released, Yi Yuan entered the D of war golden list for the first time, which already caused a great sensation. This time, everyone wanted to see whether Yi Yuan's ranking dropped out or moved forward again. After that, the speed at which the pages unfolded slowly increased until it was fanned out in the end. Everyone habitually searched from behind, but after looking for half a day, they could not find Yi Yuan's name either. Anybody saw Yi Yuan's name? I already read until 1,500th place from the back and didn't see it. Most likely fell out of the top 3,000, right? Or maybe he already died, and we just weren't aware. I found it. This, what's wrong? What place is it? 553rd place. How is this possible? What? 500 plus ranking? The crowd exploded all at once. Everyone looked in the direction of ranks around 500 and saw that Yi Yuan's name was surprisingly in the 553rd position. Promoting 2,000 over places in a year, this was also too freakish, right? 553rd place, 634,365 D of war points. He obtained 500,000 D of war points in this 1 year. This D of war golden list wouldn't have made a mistake, right? When the D of War Golden List was released the first time, Wang Jin used 30 years' time and only obtained 500,000 D of War points. Yi Yuan only used 1 year and achieved it. In the crowd, Jiang Zhe was completely dumbfounded. Over 500,000 D of War points in 1 year, this force of explosion was simply like a sledgehammer, stunning his entire person. He was already prepared to taunt Yi Yuan, but this value of 500,000 shocked him. At the rate of this speed, wouldn't even Wang Zhen's position be threatened? In the next 8 years, 500,000 in a year, that was 4 million D of War points. This was a heaven-defying tempo. No, wait. The higher his ranking, the lesser the D of War points obtained when hunting fierce beasts. Now, even Wang Zhen's speed of getting D of War points had dropped, let alone Yi Yuan. Chapter 2353, Major Reversal. Chapter 2353, Major Reversal. He must have gone to the Myriad Beast battle plane. Otherwise, it's impossible to get so many D of War points within a year. Bulls. I plus T. Don't you know that Wang Zhen is in the Myriad Beast battle plane too? He only obtained several tens of thousands of points. That can only mean that Yi Yuan's efficiency is too high. Could it be that he really comprehended time law? That's impossible. Even Wang Zhen couldn't comprehend it. So what right does he have? Over 500,000 D of War points in a year. This number shocked all of the unpredictable children in the city. Hence, Yi Yuan was speculating how Yi Yuan obtained so many D of War points. Everyone had different opinions about this matter. No matter who, they could not explain it either. Because apart from Yi Yuan, no one could achieve this. Wang Jin could not as well. Hence, everyone waited to see, waiting for the update of the D of War Golden List next year. A year's time was merely a snap of a finger. The day when the D of War Golden List was announced again arrived very quickly. I don't believe that this guy can really overturn the heavens. His ranking is so high now. The D of War points obtained will be greatly reduced. If he can get 200,000 this time, it will already be very impressive. Jiang Zhe predicted very confidently. Everyone deeply felt that way too. Not that they were looking down on Yi Yuan, but that this was an inevitable trend. Along with the increase in ranking, getting D of War points would become harder and harder. Even if your combat strength Serpa said all others, you would always run into the upper limits of your own strength. In a short 1,000 years' time, how could it be possible to continuously be improving and challenging high-level fierce beasts endlessly? This was illogical. I also feel that the D of War points he obtained this time should be between 200,000 to 300,000. This time next year, it will definitely be even lesser, between 100,000 to 200,000. It should be like this. He hasn't taken action for so many years. Having an outbreak period is a very normal phenomenon. But it also ends here. Later, it will get slower and slower. Top 10 is definitely enough to choke on. But within top 30 shouldn't be an issue anymore. Everyone was all discussing the limits of Yi Yuan's strength and calculated that Yi Yuan's final result would be between 2 million to 4 million. At the rate of the current trend, this D of War points was already sufficient to rank into the top 30, but wanting to rank in the top 10, there was basically no chance. Very soon, the Golden Book pages unfurled once more. Everyone had looks of anticipation on their faces. The first place, impressively still, was Wanjun without the slightest suspense. But what surprised people was that Wanjun actually obtained a lump sum of 130,000 G. Oh, D of war points this time, reaching more than 28 million. This was a very horrifying number for his rank. And the second place, Zhang Lian, actually increased more than 110,000 G. Oh, D of war points too. This chance made everyone rather surprised. How did Wan Zhen gain so many G? Oh, D of war points in this 1 year? Even if he casually hunted some fierce beasts now, it's also impossible for Zhang Lian to catch up to him too, right? There's also Zhang Lian. These two people are suddenly struggling fiercely. What in the world are they afraid of? Maybe they know about Yi Yuan's sudden emergence. It's also not impossible that they are afraid of him catching up. How is that possible? Even if give him another 100 years, he can't catch up to. These words, everyone naturally just treated it as a joke. No one would really take Yi Yuan seriously. Yi Yuan just started, while Wan Zhen's D of war points was 6 times of Yi Yuan's. How could this gap possibly be caught up to within a short 7 years? According to everyone's guesses, the greatest likelihood was still that these two people were going all out. How could they know that Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian's pressure came from precisely Yi Yuan? Ever since they saw that Yi Yuan comprehended time, law, the two of them seemed to have gone crazy, desperately hunting fierce beasts. They continuously challenged their limits, carrying out a slaughter frenziedly. In this 1 year, the two people's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, increasing significantly. However, they did not dare to slack off in the slightest, because there was someone chasing from behind. Looking further down, the top 30 was followed with close interest, but when the pages opened to the 30th place, everyone was shocked, only to see that on the 3rd place from the bottom of the page, a golden name was written impressively, Yi Yuan, 28th place, Yi Yuan, D of war points, 1,239,804. In this instant, the unpredictable children in the entire square felt that their breathing became somewhat labored. Those people who predicted Yi Yuan's D of war points previously all collectively lost their voices now. The originally noisy square instantly quietened down. Suddenly, someone said rather uncertainly, he entered the top 30 already? My eyes aren't failing me, right? 1 year, 600,000 G. D of war points really blinded my eyes. Rising so many places in the ranking, his D of war points actually didn't drop, but increased instead. How did he do it? In the crowd, Jiangzhe suddenly yelled hysterically, the D of war golden list must have made a mistake. There absolutely must be a mistake. 1 year, 600,000. How can someone possibly achieve it? Not knowing why, he suddenly rather a little teared. 1 year, 600,000 G. D of war points. This kind of thing simply subverted his understanding. Right, there must be a mistake. This guy must have found this world's loophole. Otherwise, how can this year be even more than last year? Someone immediately agreed. It must be like this. See his ranking next year. Then, when the matter exceeded everyone's understanding, they habitually let their imaginations run wild, finding all sorts of reasons to deny this phenomenon. Especially for these geniuses, they did not want to acknowledge that someone was so much stronger than them. In the 4th year, everyone already did not care about Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian anymore. Everyone's attention was all on Yi Yuan. After a year's time, what place would Yi Yuan charge to this time? When the golden book pages slowly opened, everyone's expressions solidified once more. 13th place, over 1. 7 million G. Oh, D of war points. A year's time, Yi Yuan increased by another 500,000. Although it was a little less than last year, Yi Yuan still maintained the rapid growth momentum. He was only a step away from the top 10. As a result, the idea of a loophole in the rules caused a huge clamor once more. Jiang Zhe already did not know how to describe his feelings. A few years ago, he ridiculed Yi Yuan over and over again, saying that it was laughable for Yi Yuan to make a frantic last-minute effort. But now, he already became the most laughable person. Yi Yuan used a rocket-like speed of rising to prove his ridiculousness. So what if there were only 10 years left? Insane, insane, insane. Really too crazy. In the last 10 years, could it be that Yi Yuan is going to make a major comeback? This guy wouldn't be aiming for first place, right? My G. Oh, D close to 3, 5 million G. Oh, D of war points. And it's still growing. If it's Serpa S, said by him, wouldn't the heavens change? At this time, some people thought of this possibility. They could not help being filled with fear. Could Wan Zhen's throne of first place be protected in the final 6 years? Chapter 2354, Final Suspense. Chapter 2354, Final Suspense. In the 5th year, Yi Yuan's G, O, D of war points grew by another 450,000, reaching to 15 million. This way, Yi Yuan used 5 years' time and rose to the top 3 at a rocket speed. The entire city was shocked. No one could have thought that in the last 10 years, the G, O, D of war golden list actually changed heavens. After close to 1,000 years, more than 12,000 unpredictable children fought hard before they had today's results. But who knew that Yi Yuan only used a short 5 years and climbed to 3rd place? The questioning voices grew louder and louder. The questioning of a loophole in the rules grew more and more. Clearly, everyone was very unconvinced by this result. But now, an even bigger question was placed in front of everyone. That was, could Yi Yuan Serpa S the top 2 on the ranking list? Could he make a heaven-defying comeback at the last moment? These two shook the rest off far behind them. Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian suddenly making a determined effort. It wouldn't really be because of Yi Yuan, right? Suddenly, someone said weakly, there had been this argument previously, but everyone felt that this argument was too ridiculous. But today, when Yi Yuan climbed to 3rd place, this notion suddenly popped up in everyone's heads once more. This time, everyone did not find it ludicrous anymore. Although this argument was still a little preposterous, Yi Yuan's speed of ascending was already sufficient to make the top 2 take it seriously. That's impossible. How would Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian know that Yi Yuan's G, O, D of war points will suddenly balloon? It can basically be confirmed now that regardless of whether it is Yi Yuan, Wan Zhen, or Zhang Lian, they are all at the myriad beast battle plane. Maybe they met. It's also not entirely impossible. Previously, Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian's G, O, D of war points clearly slowed down. These few years, they've made new heights year after year. Clearly, they are going all out. If there's no sense of pressure, how can they possibly work so hard? With drive and without drive, those were two completely different things. Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian already swept away all opponents 5 years ago. For 10 years, there was no one who could catch up to them at all. Hence, even if they worked hard, it was also just a challenge to themselves and would not push themselves to the limit. But if they ran into Yi Yuan and witnessed Yi Yuan's combat strength, that would be totally different. This kind of situation was very likely. For a moment, everyone fell into shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan really relied on his strength and obtained so many G, O, D of war points? The following few years completely became these three people's tussles. In the 6th year, Yi Yuan obtained another 400,000 points, reaching 55 million. That was only a step away from Zhang Lian's 8 million. Everyone's nerves were wound up tightly. In the 7th year, Yi Yuan still obtained over 400,000 G.O.D. of war points, reaching more than 97 million. This year, Yi Yuan was still ranked 3rd. However, he was merely just a few thousand G.O.D. of war points away from the 2nd place. Without any doubt, this time next year, Yi Yuan would replace Zhang Lian, who was at the 2nd place, becoming the G.O.D. of War Golden List 2nd place. No one could have thought that Zhang Lian, who was as steady as Mount Tai, would actually be Serpa S, said by someone one day. Sure enough, in the 8th year, Yi Yuan obtained another 400,000 G.O.D. of war points, Serpa S, Sing Zhang Lian in one stroke, becoming the G.O.D. of War Golden List 2nd place. On this day, the entire Cloudade city was seething with excitement. D.A.M. And even though I've been mentally prepared for a long time, when this day really arrived, it still feels unthinkable. What the F***CK? I can't figure it out. Even Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian can only obtain over 100,000 G.O.D. of war points in a year. So, how did he achieve 400,000 a year? Zhang Lian has already been pulled down. Right now, there's only Wan Zhen left. Zhang Lian had already been Serpa, as said. Yi Yuan was only left with a final opponent, Wan Zhen. This person was Cloudade City's insurmountable existence. He was a powerful opponent that made everyone not dare to look directly at him. Starting from roughly the 200th year, there was already no one who dared to have the thought of Serpa S sing him anymore. This notion became increasingly stronger towards the end, but no one could have thought that in the last 10 years, a guy who had never entered the G.O.D. of War Golden List before suddenly skyrocketed heaven-defyingly, arriving at the position of 2nd place. And now, Wan Zhen's G.O.D. of war points was 98 million. Yi Yuan's G.O.D. of war points was currently 42 million. There was a difference of 560,000 G.O.D. of war points between the two. Could it be Serpa S said? Staying in the primeval war realm for close to 1,000 years, these unpredictable children had never discovered that they would get so nervous. Was it Wan Zhen narrowly defending his throne of number 1, or Yi Yuan making a heaven-defying comeback, rising up amidst insignificance, and climbing to the summit? This suspense would not be revealed until the final year. It was another year in a blink. On this day, the G.O.D. of War Golden List was released. When Wan Zhen's name appeared, everyone immediately seethed with excitement. Someone exclaimed, 170,000. This year, Wan Zhen actually obtained 170,000. With this, the number 1 throne is secured. 15 million. This was Wan Zhen's current G.O.D. of war points. Following that, it was Yi Yuan, 83 million. This year, Yi Yuan obtained 410,000 G.O.D. of war points. Now, the difference between the two was 320,000. Indeed still couldn't make it. Wan Zhen finally showed his stuff at the final juncture. At the rate of this speed, Wan Zhen just has to obtain 150,000 G.O.D. of war points next year, and he'll surely win. When Jiangzhe saw this result, he could not resist laughing out loud. Finally, Yi Yuan still failed. Even though he knew that Yi Yuan's current performance was already sufficiently heaven-defying, even though he knew that it was only because Yi Yuan lacked time. But for Yi Yuan to fail to get first place, he just felt happy. As long as Wang Zhen got more than 150,000, that would be a gap of 470,000. According to Yi Yuan's current rate of speed, it was roughly a little more than 400,000 every year. It was impossible to defy the heavens next year. The outcome is a foregone conclusion. Seeing this result, many people also let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, still unable to Serpa. Wang Zhen is so strong. He has always been sitting firmly at first place, but was Serpa said by Yi Yuan using 10 years. I'm really unable to accept this. There must be something fishy. He must have grasped a loophole in the rules. Otherwise, how can he possibly be so heaven-defying? Those present were all unpredictable children, all rare geniuses. Wang Zhen being strong, that was having proceeded steadily step by step, and through 1,000 years of hard work. They could accept it, but Yi Yuan used 1,000 years to gain enlightenment on Tao, and suddenly jumped out in the last 10 years to compete for the rankings. Furthermore, he only used 10 years' time and reached second place. They were unable to accept such a thing emotionally. Maybe they just did not hope to be crushed. 10th year, apart from the top 30, practically everyone returned to Cloud Aid City. There was already no point in continuing to cultivate. Everyone was waiting for the last release of the G.O.D. of War Golden List. The release this time would determine who could get the final 10 spots. Suddenly, several beams of light flashed. There were suddenly several dozen additional people at the rebirth point. Clearly, the hour had arrived, and everyone was transported back. Chapter 2355, the final GOD of War Golden List publication. Chapter 2355, the final GOD of War Golden List publication. These roughly over 30 people still had blank faces when they returned to the city. Clearly, they still had not recovered to their senses. Just earlier, each one of them was still in a BLOODY battle, but in a blink, they were transported back. Especially Yi Yuan, Wang Zhen, and Zhang Lian, 3 people, they were clearly somewhat at a loss on what to do at this time. Just earlier, Yi Yuan was still narrowly escaping death under the pincer attacks of a large group of fierce beasts. Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian were the same. Wang Zhen's gaze adjusted to the present very quickly, and saw the Yi Yuan in the crowd. He was just about to go over to greet when he was surrounded by a large group of people. Wang Zhen, how many GOD of war points do you have right now? A powerhouse ranked 40+ immediately moved closer to ask. Wang Zhen was taken aback and said, "For 34 million, why?" The moment these words came out, everyone's faces immediately revealed wild ecstasy. Ha! That despicable brat has completely no chance now. A gap of 510,000. It's impossible for that punk to catch up. That powerhouse said in great joy. Wang Zhen frowned and said, "What gap of 510,000? What are you guys talking about?" When he said so, there were immediately many people in the crowd who were filled with righteous indignation, especially Jiang Zhe. "Wang Zhen, we really feel too unjust for you. There's a punk who resorted to trickery, and he could actually attain 400 to 500,000 GOD of war points in 1 year, forcefully climbing to second place from behind. Yeah, lucky you stood firm and exerted your strength at the last moment, overwhelming him ruthlessly. First place is first place. His strength indeed isn't simply for show to actually be able to obtain 190,000 GOD of war points in a year. How clever was Wang Zhen? He discerned what the problem was from these people's words very quickly. You guys are talking about Yi Yuan, right? He didn't use trickery. Turns out that he's already in second place. Indeed, terrifying. Wang Zhen also looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise again, as he said. Everyone was stunned, suddenly falling into silence. Wang Zhen actually personally defended Yi Yuan. This guy did not eat the wrong medicine, right? Didn't use trickery? How is that possible? With your strength, you only got over 100,000 D of war points every year. He's far worse than you, but actually got 400 to 500,000 points in a year. This is too illogical, Jiangzhe said with a look of disbelief. But Wang Zhen shook his head and said, when Yi Yuan was fighting in the myriad beast battle plain, Zhang Lian and I saw it with our own eyes. He already comprehended time law, laws of time, and SP, AC being unleashed together, coupled with sword Dao source and formation Dao source. His strength is already not beneath mine. Furthermore, the power of his sword formation can deal with hundreds and thousands of fierce beasts at the same time. The efficiency of obtaining D of war points is far stronger than us. Even though 400 to 500,000 in a year is a little exaggerated, he absolutely didn't resort to trickery. At the same time, a hint of ridicule flashed across Zhang Lian's beautiful face, and he said disdainfully, "You can't imagine it. Doesn't mean that others can't do it. If not for Yi Yuan's encouragement, the two of us also wouldn't have hunted fierce beasts without heed for our lives. Of course, we also wouldn't have obtained tremendous benefits." Ever since seeing Yi Yuan's battle, the two of them started a crazy hunting mode. Although it was impossible to be like Yi Yuan, they frequently pushed themselves to their limits, narrowly escaping death several times. In these 10 years, the two of them similarly made great progress. With motivation and without motivation, those were two totally different states. The over 10,000 people in the square were shocked by these two people's words until they were staring dumbfoundedly. Firstly, Yi Yuan really comprehended time law. Secondly, Yi Yuan's 400 to 500,000 D of war points every year that was actually really obtained by him hunting fierce beasts himself. Thirdly, his strength could actually rival Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian already. This news was too soul-stirring. In these 10 years, they had always judged based on the numbers. It was far less shocking than Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian personally explaining it. It turned out that Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian suddenly erupting was really because of Yi Yuan. All of this was simply like a dream. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? 10 years. Yi Yuan used 10 years' time and instantly obliterated their 1,000 years of hard work. They were all unpredictable children, existences that even heaven was jealous of. But if they were existences that even heaven was jealous of, then what was Yi Yuan? When they were mocking Yi Yuan for comprehending time law, when they were questioning that Yi Yuan resorted to trickery, when they were mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability, heaven was watching them and laughing. Not that Yi Yuan was overestimating his own ability. He really had the talent to comprehend time law. Wang Zhen could not be bothered to care about everyone's shock. Dividing the crowd, he came before Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Younger brother Yi is truly an unrivaled talent. You don't know how shocked the two of us were when we saw you execute time law on that day." Time law was known as the #1 law in the world. Although it was on par with spatial law, the difficulty of comprehension was several times harder than spatial law. Even a peerless genius like Wang Zhen was unable to comprehend it too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That day, I sensed the two of you fellow Taoists. But at that time, it was trapped in a heavy encirclement and was too busy to say Lo. I hope that fellow Taoist doesn't blame." Yi Yuan's impression of Wang Zhen was pretty good. This was someone capable of shouldering great responsibility. Wang Zhen shook his head and laughed in spite of himself and said, "What's younger brother Yi saying? I won't ask about your D of war points either. Let's await the release of the O, D of War Golden list together then. Yi Yuan smiled as he nodded his head. Right then, there was a tremor in the void. A volume of pages flew out for the last time. Everyone's breathing became ragged. Impossible. Impossible. Even if these D of War points were derived from his true strength, it's also impossible for him to obtain 510,000 D of War points with his ranking. Jiang Zhe cried out frantically in his heart. Judging from Yi Yuan's situation in previous years, it was impossible for him to surpass 500,000. The pages slowly unfurled, affecting the hearts of each unpredictable children. Very soon, the pages revealed the tip of the iceberg. A huge golden name appeared in front of everyone. Buzz. There was immediately a burst of exclamation in the square. First place Yi Yuan. Serpa, as said. He really Serpa, as said Wanjun. Too inconceivable. In this last year, he actually obtained 540,000 D of War points. How? How did he do it? Too crazy. Too shocking. 10 years. He only used 10 years. He then reached the top of the D of War Golden list. A nuke seemed to have detonated in the square. Everyone exploded. The first name that appeared on the page was precisely Yi Yuan's. In the last year, Yi Yuan miraculously gained 540,000 D of War points and finally reached a horrifying 37 million, suppressing the Wanjun who had maintained first place for 1,000 years with the edge of 30,000 points. The shock that this scene brought to everyone was seriously too strong. Jiang Zhe looked at the name on the page, feeling battered out of his senses as he muttered under his breath, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Without cheating, how can he possibly get 540,000 D of War points in a year?"